Over the past month, I've been hearing this intermittent buzzing sound. At first, I thought I'd be able to tune it out, but it just became more obnoxious over time. It transformed into a constant, vibrating noise in the back of my head. It was difficult to focus on anything. It became so bad that I had trouble sleeping, and it's beyond me how my parents never noticed it. You know what they say though, you lose hearing with age, so I wasn't surprised when they gave me confused looks. Tyler, my neighbour, heard it too, and I was relieved at that. It meant that I wasn't going crazy. He's actually the one that brought it up when we were in my room playing video games. So with him at my side, I was determined to find the source of the noise. We searched my house first and placed our ears all over the walls. The buzzing sound never seemed to become stronger or weaker, so we checked outside. My original thought was that something was wrong with the air conditioning unit. If I was right, it would explain why the sound transferred throughout the entire house. But my theory was wrong. We stood beside the thrumming unit, watching the gigantic fan spin around inside. The unit was vibrating, but it wasn't the sound we were looking for. However, we realized that the sound was louder than it had been in my room. We searched my backyard up and down and stopped at the wooden fence surrounding my yard. We placed our ears to the fence and exchanged a knowing stare. The sound was coming from beyond the fence, and that was enough for the both of us. We climbed the fence and dropped easily to the other side. The area beyond my backyard was filled with untouched forest. I had been over my fence a few times when I accidentally kicked a soccer ball over, but not often enough times to explore. My parents always complained about there being poison ivy everywhere, and there was. We skirted around it and created a path without a problem. It was really bizarre though. All we could hear was this buzzing sound, nothing else. I mean, we could just barely hear the leaves and sticks cracking beneath our feet, and all other sounds seemed absent. There weren't even birds singing. As we kept walking, the buzzing sound grew louder, and eventually, we couldn't see my fence anymore. We stopped several yards from a cluster of trees covered in tumor-like growths. We just stood there, staring at it, and neither of us could explain what they were. They appeared like they were a part of the tree, as if the bark had bubbled outward in these strange formations. Trees can actually develop deformed growths called burls, something I learned in hindsight. Naturally though, our first thoughts were to poke it, but both of us were too chicken to get any closer, so we grabbed rocks instead. It only took one toss. Tyler was a baseball player. The rock collided with one of the large growths, and upon contact, the growth exploded outward, which sent chunks flying. Not even seconds later, bees, thousands of bees, swarmed out of the opening and formed into a thick, throbbing mass. Both of us screamed and ran. I had never ran faster in my entire life. The bees were hot on our heels, and I felt their stingers plunging into my arms, my back, my legs. I don't remember hopping the fence or how I arrived in my front yard, but I must have been screaming bloody murder. I stripped down to my underwear, and my mom began spraying me and the persistent bees with a garden hose. The icy, pressurized water didn't hurt as bad as the welts that formed instantly. I was ushered into the kitchen, and my mom began meticulously removing the stingers with a pair of tweezers. She lost count how many she removed from my body. I was only allowed to change into dry underwear, since the stings needed to be iced. The swelling and welts had been unimaginable, and now I understand how people can die from bee stings. I was forced onto the couch with ice packs positioned all over my body. The majority of the stings were on my back, so I laid on my stomach and must have passed out sometime later. I woke the next day in the same position, and the ice packs had been removed. My mom refused to let me change into comfortable clothing until she inspected all of the welts. Thankfully, the swelling had reduced significantly since the previous day. Over a bowl of soup, I learned that my parents called an exterminator after the incident. Apparently, there had been bees angrily flying around our yard and some of the neighbors' yards. By that point, everyone on our street could hear the enraged buzzing. The exterminator arrived promptly and followed the trail of chaotic bees back to the nest. The man actually told my parents that it had been the largest colony he had ever seen. He sprayed so many chemicals that he didn't want anyone near the area, not that anyone wanted to go investigate for themselves. The whole situation made me feel like a complete idiot. How could we have been so stupid? My only consolation was that Tyler might have suffered just as bad as me from these bee stings. I brought this up to my parents and asked how bad his injuries were. My mother gave me this petrified expression that I'll never forget. There had been nobody behind me when I raced around the side of the house. She hadn't even been aware that Tyler had gone back there with me. I felt guilty, beyond guilty. Horrible images of Tyler being swarmed consumed me. I swore that he had been right beside me. What made me feel worse is that the exterminator never saw anyone. If Tyler had fallen behind, the exterminator would have known because he searched the entire area for nests. About a week after the incident, Tyler was still missing. I decided to search the area for myself, but I wasn't going unprepared. I grabbed a can of my mother's hairspray along with a lighter from the kitchen. If any of these bees were still kicking, then I wanted protection. I hopped the fence and moved slowly through the forest, my right hand clenched tightly on the hairspray. The distance to the nest was much further than I remembered. I knew that I had arrived when I heard a thick crunch beneath my shoes. I glanced down and felt a shiver rush through my body. The entire ground was layered with bee corpses. I couldn't see the dirt or grass, and in some areas, the bees just piled on top of each other. I was on my last nerve when I approached the nest, trying my best to ignore the sickening crunches underfoot. I narrowed my eyes at the nest that we destroyed, and when I rounded the tree, the rest of the nest became apparent, nearly 10 times larger. I cautiously nudged one of the nests, which crumbled and revealed thick wax and honeycomb. Dead bees trapped inside of the nest oozed through the opening, and it was enough to turn my stomach. I grumbled beneath my breath and began poking the nest with more confidence, watching more of the pieces fall to the ground. That's when I heard the buzzing return. My heart skipped several beats and I stumbled backwards and almost landed in the disgusting ruin of dead bees. I sprinted back several feet and raised the hairspray and lighter, watching the nest from all angles. The bees could appear from anywhere. They must have formed their nest through several clusters of trees, and it was very possible that their nests extended into the ground and beneath the roots. I bit my lip and waited for the swarm to appear like last time, but it never did. Instead, an odd and disturbing sight took me by surprise. I left the clearing filled with dead bees and stepped through several bushes, trying to confirm what I was seeing. My whole body quivered, and I wanted to call out. My voice failed me though, and it might have saved my life. Not even 10 yards away from me was Tyler. He was standing there with his back facing me, and something was wrong. His movements were off. His body was twitching involuntarily, and when he took a step, his posture was rigid while his arms were locked in janky positions. Despite the horrible feeling in my gut, I wanted to call out to him. My concern quickly transformed into fear. Tyler turned and lolled his head to the side as if his neck were broken. He knew I was here, yet he couldn't see me. His eyes were gone. 2 dark sockets stared back at me, with bees crawling out of them. Sores layered his flesh, which had turned into gaping holes, and a vicious fluid was running down his chin. I was too scared to move. I only ran when Tyler began lumbering toward me, swaying back and forth and twitching. For the first time, I screamed and ran for the hills, trying to outrun the crashes coming from behind me. When I scrambled over the fence, I felt the wood scraping my skin, but I didn't care. I pounded on the back door crazily and slammed it shut once my mother let me in. She didn't understand much of what I was saying since I was hysterical, but she gathered that I had found Tyler's body in the woods. By the time the police arrived, they waited for me to calm down so I could explain what I saw. I was a mess, and they must have thought that I was nuts. They searched the area where I saw Tyler, but they didn't find him. They found his body yards upon yards away by a creek. Tyler had been reclined on his knees, with his forehead against the ground, immobile and dead. I refused to ID him. I couldn't see those empty socket eyes again. When I recovered from the event, I wanted to know what happened. I emailed the pathologist who performed Tyler's autopsy and practically begged for answers. I needed a logical explanation for what I saw. He explained how they were going through routine procedure when they hit a minor roadblock. When they sliced Tyler open, dead bees poured out. His body had been literally bloated with bees. His eyes were missing. His jaw was broken, completely unhinged. His teeth were gone, along with his tongue, which was replaced with wax. The worst part was this. His organs were gone. All that was left was the skeleton, muscle, and tissues, which seemed to be the base for the extreme amount of honeycomb within his chest cavity. The pathologist's only theory was that the bees devoured his organs. But bees aren't carnivores. When I was 7, I moved into that house at Ashbrook Lane. At least, that's what my parents tell me. My recollection of that time is vague. I have memories of the big tree in our lawn, running around the garden with the boy next door, and I remember sitting on the living room floor playing with my He-Man figures. But my most vivid memory are of the reoccurring nightmares. To the best of my knowledge, they happened every night I stayed in that house. The first time, I woke during the early hours with a feeling that I was being watched. I lay in the dark, listening intently, scared to move in case it drew the prowler's attention. I could hear or see nothing, but that feeling wouldn't go away. There was somebody or something in the room with me. I screwed up my eyes tightly, hoping it would just pass me by. I felt the bed shake, and I stiffened up like a statue, afraid to even make the slightest movement. And then I heard the sound of raspy breathing on the foot of the bed. It moved around the side of me, then stopped. Moments passed silently. Then I felt the breath on my face. Instinctively, I opened my eyes. I saw an emaciated man in a lab coat looming over me, an expression of horror etched into his pale, gaunt face, veins bulging from his forehead. I tried to scream, but he grasped me around the throat with his skeleton-like fingers and dragged me out of bed. Jerking and contorting, I tried to grab onto something to stop him from taking me. He pulled me out of my room onto the landing where I gripped the stair rail. He pulled at my arms and then at my feet, and I kicked and screamed in a furious fight for my freedom. The next thing I knew, it was morning, and I was waking up in my parents' bed. They had found me sleepwalking across the landing in the middle of the night. I had a lot of nightmares as a kid, which was put down to my active imagination. But sleepwalking? That was a first. I saw him again the following night. He yanked me from my bed with no warning, and this time he managed to pull me down the stairs. Once again, I woke up in my parents' bed. My dad had woken in the night and found me laying at the foot of the stairs. I worked myself into such a panic over these dreams that my parents allowed me to stay up late with them one night. We watched TV, and I strained to stay awake. I don't remember going to bed that night. I just found myself sitting on the stairs, observing the hallway, waiting for him to arrive. A grandfather clock stood in the hallway, ticking away the minutes until part of the wall opened up to reveal a concealed doorway from which he emerged. He was wearing the same lab coat I'd seen him wear before, only this time it was smeared with blood. Whatever he'd been doing inside that room, I didn't want to find out. I watched with dread as he slowly and methodically slipped a pair of rubber surgical gloves onto his hands. He tented his fingers together, then turned and looked directly at me with his intense, deep-set eyes. A painted grimace stretched across his chalky face. I rushed upstairs, calling out for help as he crawled behind me, swiping at my heels. I ran into my parents' bedroom. They were asleep and unaware of the commotion. Before I could reach their bed and shake them awake, my pursuer snatched me up in his bony arms and started pulling me away. I managed to grab onto the doorframe and despite his efforts, he could not prise me from them. He relented for a moment, his breath heavy and laboured against my neck. Slowly, he reached into his coat pocket and withdrew a scalpel before slicing deep into my hands. I released my grip on the doorframe as blood dripped between my fingers. I shrieked out, but there was no sound. I could see Mom and Dad lying there, fast asleep, oblivious, as this withered spectre hauled me out of their room and all the way down to the bottom of the stairs. I tried to claw my way back, leaving streaks of blood on the carpet and wall in my wake. He pressed my fingers against my throat. I whimpered and choked, and my limbs thrashed around in a frenzy. At that moment, the grandfather clock in the hallway let out a single chime, and he suddenly abandoned his fight. I looked up to see the emaciated figure creeping back through the door from where it came. The door sealed shut, disappearing into the wall as though it never existed. A point came where I started confusing my dreams with reality. I couldn't tell if this was all in my mind or actually happening to me in the middle of the night. During the daylight hours, I examined the wall in the hallway, looking to see if there was some indication of a secret door. I told my parents and my nan about the dreams, and though I never doubted their concern, there was not a lot they could do except reassure me. I stayed with my parents when I got particularly distressed, either in their bed, or we'd bring the blankets and pillows downstairs and have a sleepover in the living room. Nothing helped. My tormentor found me night after night, waiting until Mom and Dad were asleep before hauling me away. I tried to call out, but my screams were always silent as he gripped his hand around my throat. He grew increasingly violent as he tried in vain to drag me into his secret room. Sometimes he would use his scalpel across my hand or under my fingernails. Other times he would inject me with a syringe, and it wasn't unusual for him to bite my fingers. As I prepared for the dreams, I rehearsed how I would try to fight him off, what I could grab onto as he dragged me downstairs. I knew if I could just hold out until the clock chimed, then I would survive another night, because that's when his door sealed shut. What terrified me most was the realization that if he got me into his secret room before the chime of the clock, the door would seal behind us. Nobody would ever see or hear from me again. I don't remember much else about that house, but we didn't stay long. We moved in with my nan for a while, and even though there wasn't much room for us all, at least those nightmares stopped, and so did the sleepwalking. Of course, I never forgot about those dreams. How could I? But I figured I was just a kid with an overactive imagination, never considered them particularly abnormal. That is until my teens, when I started to suspect something more sinister was at play. I was looking through old photo albums with my parents when we came across some from our old house at Ashbrook Lane. Something wasn't right about that house, I heard my mum say to my dad. This roused my curiosity. What do you mean, Mom? Well, I used to have bad feelings and nightmares when we were living there, she added. My dad tried to change the subject, but I persisted. What sort of nightmares? I inquired. I don't want to get into it, just violent and disturbing dreams, I had recurring nightmares in that house too, I said. You were too young to remember your dreams, my dad interrupted. You probably just picked up on something you heard us talking about. I felt insulted, like they were dismissing me. But you don't forget dreams like those. I tried pushing for more information. They weren't forthcoming. It wasn't until I was in my mid-20s that we were able to talk about it again. I was in the living room with my parents, and my dad was reading the paper. He casually told my mum, "Our old house in Ashbrook is up for sale again." "Nobody stays there long," she replied. "It makes you wonder." My dad nodded in agreement. "So what exactly happened in that house?" I interjected. Maybe it was because so much time had passed, or perhaps it's because I was older, but they were more open with me this time. My mum explained how she had visions of a violent murder, dead bodies lying on the floor, blood all over the walls, and she claimed she had felt a presence. When she was alone, she would often hear crying, and it sounded like it was coming from inside the house. She also revealed that my aunt and uncle had come down from Manchester to stay one weekend, and woke in the middle of the night to see a figure of a tall man at the bottom of the bed. My aunt and uncle had passed away by this point, so I was unable to ask them about their experiences. But Mum explained that they were so distressed by the incident, they returned home the next day. I asked my dad, "Did you have anything weird happen?" My dad was always a very grounded skeptic, but I knew something had affected him too, though he wouldn't admit it. "There was just an uncomfortable feeling," he said, and volunteered nothing more. Ever since learning of my mom, aunt and uncle's experiences in that house, I've been overwhelmed with curiosity. Like my dad, I'm quite the skeptic, and I was convinced there was a rational explanation for all of this. Even so, I wanted to know more about that house. From time to time, I would check the paper, and just as my parents had said, the house was rarely occupied for more than 6 months before going up for sale. There wasn't much more I could find out at the time. I'm sure the information and history is available in some archive somewhere, but I wouldn't know where to start. However, I was passing by the area one day and got the idea to drive by the house. It was unoccupied, but I saw nothing out of the ordinary and felt no chills or foreboding. It was just an old house. But still, I wanted to know more. I noted down the phone number on the for sale sign, and later that day, I called the estate agent and requested a viewing. The lady who met me for the viewing introduced herself as Andrea. We went inside, and immediately, I felt a shiver run over my body. It was probably my mind running away with me, but I got this eerie feeling. I can only describe it as being like the tension that lingers in the air after a big argument. If I'm honest, I barely recognized the interior of the house. My memory was vague, but there was one area that brought to mind those reoccurring nightmares I had as a child, and that was the hallway. I tried not to draw attention to myself and continued the tour as Andrea gave me her sales pitch. As we walked around, I was convinced that the wall in the hallway was hiding something. "What's behind this wall?" I asked. The look on her face at that moment could disguise none of the lies she proceeded to tell me. First, she told me there was nothing there. It wasn't my intention to make her uncomfortable, but I'd come this far and I wanted some answers. There's at least 15 foot between here and the external wall, I pointed out. I heard her mumbling on about an old boiler room that had been bricked over, but she stopped mid-sentence when I started knocking against the wall. This was not my usual kind of behaviour. It was as though I'd been consumed by an obsession. "You know something, don't you?" Andrea asked me, a tone of surrender in her voice. "I used to live here as a kid. Something isn't right about this house, is it?" Although still apprehensive, it was as if I'd freed her from an eternal silence. "It could cost me my job if I told you." "It can't be much worse than I already suspect," I said. "Was somebody murdered here?" She hesitated and took a cautious glance over her shoulder. "Do you mind if we talk about this somewhere else? I'm not really comfortable talking about it here." I decided to go for coffee, and this is what I learned. In 1953, Dr. Henry Fenton moved into Ashbrook Lane with his wife, Mary, and their teenage son, Raymond. The upper floor would serve as their living quarters, and he had made the lower part of the house converted into a doctor's practice. His office was set just off the hallway, opposite his prized grandfather clock. Things were going well for the Fentons, and business was thriving. And then one day, Mary fell down the stairs in their home and broke her neck. She died instantly. Henry reacted to the tragedy by immersing himself in his work, using the practice as a distraction from the heartache. Raymond, on the other hand, was struggling to come to terms with his mother's death. With his father too busy to offer the emotional support he needed, he started to drift. He fell in with a bad crowd, started skipping school, and there were a couple of times he'd been caught drinking or brawling and was escorted home by police. Henry barely noticed nor cared during this time. Once he closed his practice for the day, he would collapse into his armchair and attempt to repress his grief with liquor. Some nights he'd drink himself into a coma. Other nights he would fly into a rage, smashing furniture and throwing things around. And sometimes it was his son who bore the brunt of his temper. Raymond was taken in by his grandparents soon after, leaving Henry Fenton all alone in that house on Ashbrook Lane. Later that year, on a cold autumn night, Henry was awoken by a disturbance from downstairs. Emboldened by the liquor, he decided to go and confront the intruder. His practice was the only thing he had going for him, and he refused to let some thug take that away. Henry tiptoed downstairs in the darkness. He saw the light of a torch in the far room and heard the intruder rummaging through cupboards and shelves. Probably some junkie after the drugs and syringes he kept on the premises. Henry snuck into his office, withdrew a scalpel from a drawer, and tucked into a corner and waited. The intruder entered the room, a rucksack over his shoulder and his face covered by a black mask. Henry sprung out of the darkness, brandishing the scalpel, and ordered him to drop his bag. The man panicked and lunged towards him, attempting to push past and make his escape. Henry swiped out blindly as he fell backwards against the wall. The intruder staggered along the hallway and opened the front door before collapsing on the doorstep. Henry got to his feet and approached the fallen man. Blood gushed from a deep incision across his throat from where the scalpel had made contact. Henry pulled the mask from the man's head to clear his airways. Staring back at him in the moonlight, eyes wide with terror, Henry saw the face of his son, Raymond. His heart wrenched at the sight before him. What had he done? How could he have known? His professional instincts kicked in, and he sprung into action. Raymond thrashed about, choking and gurgling on his own blood as his father gripped his throat, pressing his bony fingers firm against the wound in an attempt to contain the bleeding. He proceeded to drag him towards his office where he could clamp and stitch the laceration. By the time he got him there, however, it was too late. At that moment, the grandfather clock in the hallway let out a single chime. Patients turned up to the practice the following day to find Raymond cradled in Dr. Fenton's arms. Unable to come to terms with killing his own son, Henry had turned the scalpel upon himself, slashing his own wrists before bleeding to death on the floor of his office. So, I would consider camping my passion. It's the only hobby I have that I take so much interest in and get really excited to do. More specifically, camping alone. Of course, I camp with friends every once in a while, but nothing really matches the experience of camping in the wild alone. Something about sitting by a fire you made yourself until late and going to bed with nothing but the sound of the wild to accompany you. Of course, camping alone also means I experience some pretty scary stuff. Usually, it's just animals. Howls and cries from the woods that send chills down your spine, or animals that take an interest in your tent. I've had bears sniff and bat at my tent, which is absolutely terrifying and usually keeps me up the rest of the night. I make sure I don't keep any food in my tent though, so no animals should ever really want to get in my tent. The scariest thing to encounter out in the wild, however, is another person. You would think that animal and human footsteps sound relatively similar, but they don't. I've only had it happen twice until now. The first time, it was just passing footsteps in the grass. They didn't do anything, but still, it scared me. The second time, someone stopped and waited for a while. They sounded about 20 feet from my tent. I was holding my breath until they just walked off. However, about a month ago, I had my scariest camping experience. It was probably around 2 a.m, and I had been lying in my sleeping bag for about an hour, just listening to the sounds of the wild, when I heard footsteps approaching. I remember how they sounded as they brushed through the grass. They kept getting closer and closer, and at this point, I was pretty freaked out. It sounded like they were directly approaching my tent, and that they were. They stopped right in front of the entrance of my tent. I was trying my hardest to keep my breathing quiet. I always take a handgun with me when I go camping, just to be safe from animals. That was the first thing to come to my mind when they stopped in front of my tent. I, as quietly as I could, reached into my open backpack, feeling around softly through the clothing and such. I finally found the gun and pulled it out carefully. I held it tightly, staring at my tent door. What happened next really made me panic. The person outside my tent started to unzip my tent door. It was slow, like they were trying to be quiet. At this point, I was thinking, no more making assumptions. You need to make sure you don't get murdered. So I flipped the safety off my gun. The person stopped unzipping my tent door after that click. I choked out the words, "Who's there? I have a gun." After that, the person ran off faster than I had ever heard anyone run. I couldn't shut my eyes after that. I was shaking. I thought for sure I was either going to be killed or kill someone that night. I still go camping alone. The scariness is honestly the best part about it. Never know what you're going to encounter. With the recent influx of woodland/nature related stories, I figured I'd finally share something that I've been sort of trying to forget for years. I've never told anyone about it, including the individuals involved, because I've always been a skeptic myself. And how can I expect someone to believe my stories when I always hear theirs with a critical ear? Nonetheless, everyone here seems receptive, and if anyone has had a similar experience or can help me explain what happened, I'd love to hear it. 2 days after graduating high school, my two best friends and I decided to take a camping trip on a mountain frequented by the locals. Although it's by no means in the middle of nowhere, the town it is located in is a bit smaller and by no means a bustling metropolis. My friends, Brian and Greg, were 2 years older than me and had taken the trip to celebrate their graduation, and figured they'd introduce me to my college-age years by doing the same thing. We packed up all the necessities: tent, chairs, horrible light beer, the whole 9 yards. It was nearing dusk when we began hiking up to the camping area, which was about 4 or so miles from the base of the mountain. We set up camp and chatted away, giddily exchanging drunken anecdotes while snacking on the burnt hot dogs that we attempted to cook on the on-site fire pit, and eventually passed out at about 2 a.m. Not long after nodding off, a noise snapped me out of sleep. I was pretty intoxicated, but I could make out what sounded like music coming from outside the tent. I assumed it was Greg or Brian's phone going off and tried to ignore the sound, rolling over. It was at this point I realized that I no longer had my blanket or pillow in the tent with me, and upon opening my eyes, I realized that this was not in fact the tent that we had set up at all, but a tarp which had been fashioned into a makeshift lean-to. My buzz was instantly replaced with full-blown panic as I broke into a cold sweat. I peered out of the lean-to and saw what the actual cause of the music was. A cassette player was sitting in the grass about 10 feet away from the tarp and was playing what sounded like a homemade recording of a little girl singing that church song, "Go Tell It on the Mountain," accompanied by what I guessed was an offbeat xylophone. The only other defining feature at this campsite was a clothesline, one end affixed to a tree, the other to the ground. There were 3 white dresses hanging from it, swaying slightly in the breeze. The whole thing was unsettling as hell, to say the least. I was still trying to make sense of what was going on when I heard walking in the forest about 50 yards away. I froze, not wanting to believe what I was experiencing, hoping that when I opened my eyes, I'd be back at the tent. No such luck. The rustling slowly got closer and closer. The tape abruptly clicked as it came to an end, and the rustling became what sounded like a full-blown sprint. I tore off down the mountain, stumbling a few times and ripping open my knee on the gravelly trail. I didn't even realize it or feel the pain until the next day. I was so full of adrenaline. I don't know how the hell I managed to make it back to the base of the mountain where we'd parked. I locked myself in my car and waited until morning. I guess I managed to fall back asleep because I was woken to Greg tapping on my driver's side window. He and Brian gave me some grief about how I was such a pussy for not being able to stick it out the whole night on the mountain. I let them rag on me because I figured it would be easier than trying to explain the truth to them, and I didn't quite want to revisit it myself. It wasn't until a couple weeks later that I dared to ask a question that had been nagging on me. I couldn't help but wonder how they'd figured out that I'd gone back to my car. I asked Brian when we were hanging out playing video games a couple nights later, and he told me that they'd got my note, and then just assumed I'd gotten scared and went back to the car. I asked him what note he was referring to, as I definitely had no recollection of leaving one. He swore I did, and claimed that he still had it in his camping bag. After rummaging around a few minutes, he produced a scrap of paper that simply said, "Out walking." I slowly nodded and said that I guess I must have sleep-wrote it. He laughed as he crumbled it up and tossed it towards the garbage can. It's been 3 years since that night, and I can't explain the events of that camping trip. But I do know one thing. That note wasn't in my handwriting. Several years ago, I went on a camping trip out in the Olympic National Forest in Washington State. I'm a native and had never been there, so when my buddy Alan from college found out, he coaxed me into driving for him. I had a big truck with a canopy. Alan had all the camping gear, so we were set for a full-on excursion in the wild. My dog, Max, wasn't going to be okay by himself in my apartment for 5 days, so I figured he could come with us. He was an 8-year-old German Shepherd mix, with one blue eye and one brown, with an insatiable love for outdoor walks. Overall, we were inseparable. Day 1. So, we left my place in Bremerton and drove the 4 hours to Sequim, where Alan knew a good campground just inside the woods, about 10 miles. It was a main thoroughfare, but still off the path enough to give us the woodsy feeling we were looking for. Since we left way too late in the day, it was almost dark when we got to the site. Alan figured that there would be no way to set up a tent, so we just decided to sleep in the truck bed instead. The canopy I had was sturdy, and it wasn't too cold outside yet, so Alan, Max and I just piled in and crashed. Well, it was about 2 a.m. when I woke up to a strange sound from outside, like an animal call of some sort, but nothing I'd ever heard before. It almost sounded like a girl screaming, but in a way that she was just pretending, like a 5-year-old would when she was playing around. It was a silly sound, really. Totally pitch black outside. I fumbled for my flashlight and worked the handle on the canopy door. As soon as I lifted the glass pane and shined the light on the ground, the wailing instantly stopped. Like whatever it was saw me coming and shut up real fast. Then I felt something shake the truck. So hard, in fact, that I almost fell out the back onto my head. It even woke up Alan and Max. Alan woke in a flurry of hands and feet and was up with his rifle in a minute. But the strange thing was that Max didn't bark. He only whined and whimpered, and he refused to move from my side, fixed on whatever was out there in the dark. Alan got out his light and shined it around the area where we were parked, but didn't see anything. All the while, Max continued to cry. I sat in the bed of my rig with my dog, petting him to calm him down, but he was seriously perturbed. I'd never seen him like that before, and it was a red flag for me. It seemed like an hour before Alan returned. He said he didn't see anything out there, and the truck was fine, so he just chalked it up to a deer brushing against the side of the truck. I didn't agree with him. It rocked the truck hard, and something didn't seem right to me. I don't have a lot of experience in the woods, but everyone knows that feeling you get when you start to think there could be something hidden in the inky blackness of the forest at night. A couple hours passed, and before I was asleep again, I heard another sound, but this time it seemed like it was whining. Max hadn't really calmed down, and the noise from out in the forest sounded like it was taunting my dog. It was in perfect time with Max, almost making fun of him somehow. I can't explain it any better than that. My dog would whine, then a few seconds later, I'd hear a similar sound, far off in the brush, like someone was emulating the sound of a dog crying. What really got me was how each time it called back to Max, it sounded identical. The way the pitch raised and lowered at the same time, each time. It was unsettling. Day 2. I barely slept with all the noise from Max. When I woke, it was dawn, so I immediately made camp and started a fire. Coffee is a first in the morning for me, and when Alan had finally gotten up, I had a cup ready for him. "Did you hear that sound outside from the woods last night, after you came back from checking the truck? The crying sound?" I asked him. "I didn't hear anything but your damn dog all night. He's sleeping outside tonight, that's for sure," he said. Alan wasn't in the best of spirits. I didn't like the idea, but I didn't relish another restless night, so I agreed. But I was sleeping with my camera on me. If something was going to show, I was going to get a picture of it. We hiked into the hills about 5 miles that day. Alan took the lead, and Max and I followed. This was more his thing, and I knew it, so I just let him lead us wherever he wanted. He had more experience and I didn't feel like arguing with him. Alan was that guy at the party that directed everyone and couldn't stand it when someone challenged him. The real leader type. Hard-headed, outgoing, definitely the alpha male. That night we spent at the fire, toasting marshmallows and drinking beer. Alan's mood had lifted some, and we were getting along pretty well. Max was at my hip, hanging out quietly. The prior night's events were far in the back of my mind, thanks to the beautiful walk we had. I don't know why, but in the middle of my reflecting moment around the campfire, something urged me to ask Alan about his experiences in the forest. Namely, if he had ever witnessed something he couldn't explain rationally. This is what he told me. A few years ago, I was working for the Forest Service here in the Olympics. My jurisdiction was further in, near the coast where the forest was particularly dense and unexplored. I was on contact for a lot of the trail making there, and I led a team of guys, numbering around 20 or so, up and down the coast, constructing trails, paths, stairways and the like. We did everything from cutting trees to blasting with dynamite to make way for these roads in the woods. There are thousands of miles of trails in this forest, made by guys like me, lonely and depressed, with no families to call our own. It wasn't a job that I loved, but I was good at it, and I got to play with explosives. One time, when we were about to complete a project in the Bailey Range, down in the Humes Glacier, we were hit with a snowstorm that stranded us up there for 4 days. Our biggest problem was the cold. It was 0 degrees Fahrenheit by nightfall, and I knew we wouldn't make it if we didn't get fires going and tents up. Food wasn't an issue, it was just a serious bummer after being up there for a month. All that time with beautiful weather, it seemed like something wanted us to stay. The next day, when I awoke, 10 of the 20 guys I had with me had gone missing. There were no footprints because of the heavy snowfall, and not a trace of where they had gone. They hadn't even taken their coats or shoes. It was as if they'd gotten up in the middle of the night and walked to the woods barefoot. We couldn't make heads or tails of it. A couple of guys and myself went out in the brush to look for them. The snow hadn't stopped one bit, and we could barely see 2 feet in front of our faces. Storms out there in the peninsula can get bad, with the currents blowing all kinds of mess from the Pacific. This was a full-on blizzard. It wasn't like anything I'd ever seen before. The only 2 ways to get on the cliffside where we had camped was north and south, along the ridge. To the north led to the service road from where we came from. South was the Humes Glacier, where we had stopped the trail construction due to icy conditions. We walked up and down that damn path all day looking for any signs of life. It was completely silent the whole day, like the snow had forced all life to retreat. It was when we arrived at the glacier path that we realized that they were probably dead. On a rocky incline leading to the main glacial sheet, right at the foot of the shelf, we found an opening in the ice, a cave. The entrance was littered with the torn clothing of my missing friends, haphazardly laying everywhere. Each article was covered in blood and snow. There were jeans with wallets still inside, family photos, credit cards and cash, all left intact. My 2 buddies, Tom, who was the foreman, and his brother Will, were with me. Armed to the teeth, we went inside the dark hole, not knowing quite what we would find. Will called into the opening. "Hello?" and at first we didn't hear a sound. But after a minute, a response from the darkness. The same word returned back to us, but it didn't sound right. It was laboured and breathy between syllables, and deliberately sounded out, "Hello." It was a deep voice, almost a growl, almost a whisper. I'm telling you, it sounded large and definitely not human. After it spoke, the whole mouth of the cave began to smell like rotten meat. We turned and ran as fast as we could out of the mouth of the glacial opening, and when we were around 100 feet or so from the entrance, we saw something come out, walking upright on two legs. This thing looked as if it were covered in thick hair, encrusted with mud from head to toe. It must have been 8 feet tall. I think what terrified me most was what it was holding in its hand. It was a human head, with blood still dripping from the neck. We ran back to camp and told the others. Afterward, we left and hiked the 10 miles back to the road, where we called the police and forest service. The bodies were never found, and a week later, what was left of my team and I were relocated to the Cascades. Each of us were questioned thoroughly, but we were all ruled out as suspects due to the nature of the disappearances. We never heard about it again after that, and eventually it ruined my career. He told me afterwards where we were camped was roughly 10 miles from the exact spot where that happened. So, putting two and two together, I then asked him why we were there, near the same place where this horrible event happened. Then, he told me the real reason for being out there. It had nothing to do with the trip, just for fun. This was personal for him. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you the truth, Jake. I'm here to find the thing that killed my crew and ruined my life. I've been a laughingstock for too long, and I need evidence for my own peace of mind. Please, will you help me?" he said, reverently. Later that night, we heard the sounds again. The emulated dog cry. Only this time, Alan actually heard it too. He loaded his rifle and made his way down the trail a ways. I followed behind with my camera, just in case there was really something out there in the dark. Alan called out into the jet darkness of the woods. "Hello?" The crying sound stopped instantly and was replaced with the sound of footfalls on twigs and branches, loud, even thuds. The snapping brush noises passed us, heading back toward where we came from, by the truck. When it sounded like it was real close, I snapped a picture of the trees near me, followed by several others. As the flash on my Nikon went off, we heard the footsteps lead off, away from us, hurriedly. It had gone. Alan didn't sleep that night. Honestly, I only slept a wink myself after that. Whatever it was out there in the dark was huge and obviously intelligent. If everything Alan said was true, then it was also a dangerous predator. I decided to head home in the morning. I didn't see Alan again after that. Life has a way of getting in the way of relationships. In addition, I really didn't enjoy him lying to me about his reasons for going out to the Olympics in the first place, so I didn't have a problem with his absence from my life. I ended up moving, starting a new career in electronics, and got married. Things have been good for me. So, I bought a house in the Pacific Northwest about a year ago. Moving is fun. Sometimes you find things that you lost over the years when you go through all your stuff, trying to get it put away. Well, the other day, I found an old box that I hadn't stored in my basement. So, being the efficient one, I decided to find out what was in it. I found the film from that camping trip with Alan inside. Remembering what happened those few days in the forest, I immediately went to town and had it developed. Several of the photos were just pictures of trees and fallen logs, but one picture in particular piqued my interest. If you look near the lower right of the photograph, there is something looking back at the camera. When I was young, we were left unattended. My friends and I rode our bikes deep into the fields and returned at our leisure. We rarely played in the same location and often ditched it after a few days. With each new adventure, we drifted further from civilization, and one day, we struck gold. Figuratively speaking, of course. We came across a massive field which seemed to stretch endlessly in all directions. It appeared to be abandoned farmland, and the grasses and weeds had grown past our waists. The entire area was completely silent, as if we had broken the sound barrier, and to some degree, our voices seemed several octaves higher than normal. Whenever we went there, we lifted our bikes over a rotted wooden fence, and then we pedaled through the field. It quickly became one of our favourite locations. Our last excursion stuck with me the most. It was the day we discovered the farmhouse. I have no idea how we never noticed it before. It was just there, but somehow we overlooked it. We rode over to the house and observed it up close, and it appeared more beautiful from a distance. The age was clear in the peeling paint, the shoddy shutters, and the broken windows. The farmhouse was 2 stories tall, possibly 3, and had a large veranda smudged with grime. The porch extended around the house, and we noticed a rickety porch swing creaking back and forth on a rusted chain. There was no wind. While I was left pondering this, my friends abandoned their bikes by the wayside and dashed across the dirt road. I abandoned my bike as well and followed them hesitantly. I turned to my left and right. Just like the field, the dirt road extended into oblivion. "Guys, what if somebody lives here?" I asked. My main concern was disturbing the homeowner and getting kicked off the property. "Oh, come on, there's nobody here," George called back. George was the most adventurous of the 3 of us. His confidence usually got us all in trouble. I decided to trust him and crossed to the other side of the dirt road. Both of my friends were already standing on the porch. "Can you see inside?" Ryan, my other friend, shook his head. "There's a thin curtain in the way. It smells really musty over here." I had to agree with him. It smelled old and decrepit. The porch, above all else, seemed to be in the worst of decay, but somehow it held our weight. Curiously, we wandered all the way around the house. If anyone lived there, they would have heard us because the wood squeaked terribly. Every step made me cringe, but when nobody confronted us, I eventually relaxed. None of us voiced it, but we all wanted to break into the house. It seemed too soon for that. We'd have to wait a week or so. We had to be absolutely sure the farmhouse was vacant. The backyard was nothing spectacular. It was overgrown like the rest of the land. There was a crumpled shed several yards away, along with a rusted pickup. We put off exploring them and continued around the house until we reached the front once more. We scurried off to collect our bikes, but we became sidetracked when George discovered an opening in the lattice which led underneath the porch. Naturally, we were beyond excited. I inched myself halfway through the opening and confirmed that we could easily fit. That's when I noticed the look in George's eyes. He was about to make a bet. "I bet I can crawl through there faster than you," he insisted with crossed arms. I lost our previous bet, so I needed to redeem myself. Betting was our thing, and it often involved races, whether on our bikes or on foot. Because of this, Ryan always kept a stopwatch handy. Fine. I didn't bother creating ultimatums. Nothing scared us. "I'll go first," I offered. I wanted the lay of the land so George couldn't rig anything. I crouched down beside the opening and waited for Ryan to retrieve the stopwatch from his bike. The dirt was clammy beneath my hands, and I noticed lichens growing among the foundations of the house. I tried not to think of spiders or snakes. We had done worse things than this. "Wait a second, I want my eyes to adjust," I told my friends. I didn't want to risk bumping my head against anything. "Are you ready?" Ryan muttered, raising the stopwatch. "Yeah." Okay, maybe I was a bit nervous. "Go!" I forced myself through the opening and felt the lattice clawing at my clothes. I tugged my hips inside and took a hard right, crawling straight for the first turn. Once I reached it, the tunnel narrowed, and I was forced to army crawl. I felt the grime smearing onto my arms and soaking into my clothes. I pressed onward and dug my shoes into the ground, practically dragging myself along. As soon as I reached the second turn, I felt a draft, but I tried my best to ignore the chilly air. Even so, the air seemingly grew colder, especially from my left, until it felt like ice was pressing against my ribs. The longer stretch before me must have been the back porch, and I felt disheartened when the tunnel remained narrow. If anything, it seemed narrower than before. As soon as I passed the halfway mark, I heard frenzied scuffling. The tunnel was too narrow for me to turn around, but I knew it was one of my friends, probably George. I felt him grab my ankle, jerking me sharply backward. I caught myself on the lattice and kicked backwards angrily, hitting my friend square in the face. "You cheater!" I screamed. I army crawled faster than ever before. My friend was persistent though, and I heard him right behind me. I blocked everything out and dug my arms mercilessly into the ground, clawing myself through the tunnel until I burst out of the opening. I was breathing heavily and covered head to foot with nasty red clay. What the hell is the matter with you? I screamed at Ryan. Ryan was standing there, timidly, and of course George was nowhere to be seen. They were both cheaters. Ryan was quivering, and he extended a stopwatch to me. You were under there for 27 minutes. What? No, I wasn't. I snatched the stopwatch from Ryan and stared down at 27 minutes, 32 seconds. You guys are messed up. Ryan clearly never reset the watch. I stopped shouting as soon as Ryan began crying. That's not funny, Sam. We were worried. We were calling for you and you weren't responding. George went in there about 10 minutes ago to search for you. I didn't know what to think of this. I stomped over to the opening and began calling for George, but received no response. You guys never called for me, I replied stubbornly, glaring at Ryan, who was still sobbing. Ryan allowed the stopwatch to keep running. When another 15 minutes passed, we were sick of waiting for George. We'll just go back in and find him. You can go to the right. It's more open that way. I'll go to the left. We'll meet in the middle. Ryan seemed reluctant of the plan. I convinced him to squeeze inside after me, and we split up. This was all George's fault. He probably threatened Ryan to go along with it. I was going to kick George's ass when we got out of here. When I crawled beneath the porch, I heard scuffling ahead of me. George? I called. No, it's me. I narrowed my eyes in confusion when I met Ryan in the middle. Did you find George? No, did you? My heart skipped a few beats. No. By this point, we were both unnerved, and I had to help Ryan turn around. I couldn't go backward through the tunnel since it was so narrow. It took us several minutes, but we reached the opening without a hitch. We lingered around the front porch and wondered if we had missed George somehow. That was the irrational side of me thinking. Those tunnels barely fit one person, let alone two. It would have been impossible for George to pass us going in the opposite direction. We waited until nightfall for George to reveal himself, but he never did. We called out to him and warned him that we were leaving. It was growing so dark. We didn't want to linger any longer. We crossed to our bikes, covered in that foul red clay, and warned him one final time. Reluctantly, we pedaled away from the farmhouse and followed the dirt road home. Our parents were forced to believe us when George didn't return that night. The cops were called, and the next morning we led them to the field and the lonely farmhouse. We described what happened in detail and watched them knock on the front door, waiting tirelessly for someone to answer. When nobody did, they went to investigate the opening in the lattice. The cops were too big to fit. While they were searching the perimeter, I went to retrieve George's bike from where we left it, but it was gone. George was never found, and the case was closed. 11 years later, there was a development in the long-forgotten case. Our city went through a period of rapid urbanization, and our county began buying up the adjacent farmland. The old farmhouse was demolished. But there was a sickening discovery at its core. The entire foundation was layered in dried blood and scattered with small bones. The bones belonged to children and were covered in harsh bite marks. I never used to believe in ghosts. Those were happier times. I recently took on a new job as the night auditor of a hotel. Working the late shift, you meet some, for lack of a better word, interesting people. Still, it's a pretty easy gig, provided you can stay awake. You basically get paid to sit on your computer for 8 hours a night unless a customer happens to show up. Run the nightly reports, get breakfast set up in the morning, and then you're good to go. All that time, just for you. The problem is your mind starts to wander. I mean, sure, this is a brightly lit hotel lobby, but everywhere else outside is dark and foreboding. And the loneliness doesn't help either. Having no co-workers to talk to doesn't make the work boring. It just makes it unsettling. It doesn't matter that you're not more than 30 feet from the next living person in this lobby at 2 in the morning. For all you know, the world could have ended and you could be the last person alive. Sure, once in a while some drunk college kid will show up looking for a place to crash, or a trucker who's in it for the long haul. But after that brief encounter, you go right back to the waiting. The insufferable waiting. Distractions aren't very effective when you're already on edge, and I was always on edge. I don't know why, but I would always feel anxious whenever I worked my shift. As if something, was watching me. Let me explain to you how our lobby works. You've got the front door to the place, which I lock after my co-workers leave and I start my shift. Then you've got the common area, which has a couple of couches, a small table with various magazines, and then adjacent to it, on the far left of the room, the breakfast area. It's a small hotel, so this is all crammed into about 700 square feet. It's cramped a bit by the long desk where the hosts wait to check you in and out, and behind that is a small employee area divided by a sliding panel door. On the opposite side of that same wall, near the breakfast area, is the door to the pool, hot tub and restrooms. It's a small, uncomfortable and ineffective layout if I ever saw one, but I'm not paid to decorate. I'm just paid to make sure it doesn't all fall apart overnight. Oh, and of course, right next to the desk, on the far right side, you've got a little alcove where nighttime guests come to check in. There is a window and a little bell they can ring to get service. That bell is the first odd thing I noticed. It must have been about 4 AM. It was my second or third night on the job, and I was still getting used to the shift, so I was constantly on the verge of dozing off. Just after a point where I'm certain I did doze off, I heard the bell ringing frantically. I jumped up and rushed out the sliding panel door to greet the guest, but no one was there. Of course, I figured they'd just gotten ticked off and left. I kicked myself for letting myself fall asleep on the job like that, and really hoped they didn't report me to my manager. I made sure that I stayed awake by grabbing a coffee from the breakfast area, and made sure that I sat up straight at my computer. Then, I heard the bell again, just as frantic as before. I knew I was there before the sound stopped this time, but there was still nobody at the alcove. I opened the window, called out, "Hello?" and even, you'll never believe this, peeked over the small outer ledge to make sure some kid wasn't hiding there and playing a nasty prank on me. I saw nothing, and for the rest of that night, I heard nothing else out of that bell. Then, a few more nights passed. I'd gotten used to the job and was doing okay. My manager had nothing but praise for how well I was doing. I'm pretty sure the guy had no idea how simple the job was. And then, in that annoying way that managers do, he rewarded my good work by giving me more work to do. He said he wanted me to go around to the pool and scrub the area as well as preparing the breakfast area. Okay, easy enough. I have no problem cleaning, and besides, it'll give me something to do. The manager didn't mention that there really aren't that many lights in the pool area. Just two silly corner sconces on opposite sides of the pool. And this is an indoor pool, can you believe it? Well, those 40-watt light bulbs did next to nothing to illuminate the place. And the loneliness isn't your biggest problem when you're cleaning the pool area. No, it's those big, wide windows. You look out into the darkness around you, and you can only see your reflection. I know I sound pretty pathetic, but if you've never done it, you wouldn't understand. Even if you're wide awake, at night your mind just changes. The bravest man in the world would constantly be looking over his shoulder, working night shift all by himself in a dingy little hotel. My sleep-deprived brain kept on fearing that each time I looked out those windows, I'd see something looking back at me, or else see something in my reflection that wasn't there. I was half right. It wasn't the windows though, but the pool water itself. One night, after I'd been cleaning the pool for about a week, I bent down to scrub the handle to one of the ladders when I saw a shaky, black silhouette standing behind me in the pool. I turned around so quick I almost fell in the pool, but, of course, there was nothing there. When I turned back to the pool, the figure was gone. I finished the scrubbing in a hurry and got out of there. I also forgot to turn the lights off when I left. Every time I tried to bring these stories to my daytime co-workers, they laughed it off like I was telling the stories just to try freak them out. I suppose that was better than them thinking I was crazy, but it was irritating to have nobody believe what I was telling them. Probably the worst scare I ever had happened on the shift marking 1 month with a hotel. We were in the middle of a massive windstorm, what they call a derrico. I had the television from the breakfast area on, watching the weather report. They kept warning us all night that we were probably going to lose power, and sure enough, at around 3, all the power in the hotel went out. Pitch black and silent as a tomb. No refrigerators running, no computers humming, nothing but the howling winds outside and the darkness inside. The phone started ringing, and I went over to answer it. Some dumb teenager calling in and complaining about the power outage and insisting we comp his stay for the night. It took all my self-restraint not to tell him that he should be in bed anyways, and if he had a problem, he was welcome to go back out into the storm. Fortunately, he was the only person that called. Or, I suppose, unfortunately. as I was now alone in the dark with nothing to distract me. I had a flashlight, one of those old, self-powering kind that you crank by hand to generate electricity. Always be prepared, my dad would say, and tonight I was glad that I followed that sound Boy Scout logic. The only problem is the light it provided was pretty weak. I'm not so certain the flashlight actually helped me stay any calmer than if I'd been in total darkness. The problem with having a little bit of light is your eyes never get accustomed to the darkness and you're stuck with tunnel vision. And when that happens, you're always on edge that something might pop out of your peripheral and blindside you. But of course, that wouldn't happen. I was alone. Then, I heard it. I don't care if they say it must have been a pipe or a crack somewhere. I don't care how much they insist that stuff like this happens all the time. I heard the sound of a woman wailing echo through the lobby, inside the lobby. No, it was not outside. It wasn't the wind. I keep telling people that, but nobody believes me. This ghost wailing bounced off the walls, and I shone my flashlight all around me, trying to find out where it came from. The wail turned into a scream as the intensity increased. And then, as my beam of light turned to the sliding panel door just 2 feet away from me, I was the one screaming. My light came upon a shrouded, disfigured woman's face. There were holes where her eyes should have been. Her bony face was all but completely withered away, and her flesh stank of decay. I couldn't help but notice that, when the light hit her, she shook, as though she'd been moving towards me, and suddenly stopped. The woman's face disappeared, and the wailing stopped. Then, out of nowhere, all the power came right back on. My computer booted up, the TV came back on, and the refrigerators began humming once more. I kept the flashlight running anyways, and I kept turning that crank, well, even after the sun came up. I left my shift without a word, except to tell the manager that I was feeling ill and would need to take the next night off. It was a good thing I had the extra day. I couldn't fall asleep until the next night, and it was interrupted with nightmares of that terrible face, and of horrible imaginations of what might have happened if I hadn't shone the light on her in time. I've worked at this hotel for 4 months, 3 weeks and 6 days. I would have quit if I could afford to leave it, or find work anywhere else. This is the only job that will have me, but I am determined to finish telling this story. There's another bad storm tonight. I brought my laptop, and the battery has a full charge. I'm hoping the screen will stay nice and bright for me. There was a loud crash just a moment ago. Lightning struck just a few miles from the hotel. It's getting closer. And I just noticed in the slight reflection of my laptop screen that dark figure is standing behind me right now. I haven't brought my flashlight tonight. I completely forgot. And now the low battery warning is coming up on my laptop. I've got to plug it in. I'll be fine. I just have to keep it together. There's that wailing again. Another clap of thunder. Just stay calm. It'll be fine. It'll be fine just as long as the power doesn't go out. Have a great day and come back soon. The last patron strode wordlessly out of the building, allowing the platitude to fall into the puddles of its death. The soft schlick of the door sliding shut. That was the only response his farewell would have. He lumbered toward the cracked plastic light switches, and, in the moment, it was bathed in darkness. All 4,000 square feet of it. Books, magazines, newspapers, even a few VHS tapes. All silent, all dark. Each item exactly where it belonged. Most library administrators waited until the end of the day to put away all returned items, but not Marcus. When a patron came to return an item, he stood up, scanned it into the system, and didn't sit down again until it was right back where it belonged. That way, he could leave the moment the library closed. That way, he could spend more time at home. The idea made him smile for a half second. He donned a once grey, once fitted hoodie and made for the exit. But something caught his eye. Something right on the edge of the administration desk. A series of video cassettes, 5 of them in total, and they seemed to be part of a set. Huh? Someone must have kept them there when he wasn't looking. No big deal. Put them away and head home. It wouldn't take a minute. He powered up the desktop once again, waited for the CRT to flicker into life, and aimed the scanner gun at the spine of the first cassette. The dim red light lit up the whole desk until the computer pinged once. Item not found. Odd. Marcus examined the barcode and saw that it was a bit faded, a bit distorted. Someone must have spilled water on it. Water or Coke or beer. That wasn't a problem. Key in the digits beneath the code manually. Item not found. The same block text appeared for the others too, whether Marcus scanned or keyed them in. Curious. How curious. He had a mystery on his hand. Each cassette cover was simple, white, blank. He ran his finger over them, a deviation, and squinted through age and tiredness to see Roman numerals from 1 through 5. For a moment, he considered leaving the cassettes where they were and dealing with the problem the next day. Or perhaps there was a meeting room at the far side of the library with a TV. Perhaps he could watch them there. No, not that. He never liked that cold, dark, dusty room at the back of the building, and he never found out what made it smell funny. Besides, it was now 5:05 p.m. 5 minutes lost to his job. 5 minutes that he'd never get back. He tucked the cassettes under an arm. Then he left the library, faring himself well, since no one else would. He was walking alone in the rain and the cold. There were trees to his right, and a dark 2-lane road to his left. Now and then, a deviation from the main road led to neighborhoods. Collections of houses far greater than anything he ever had, or ever would live in. Then, at 6:08 p.m., he arrived. It was already 6:08 p.m. 5 minutes of the journey he could blame on the time wasted after work, a few more on the cold and the wet, but it usually took him barely 40 minutes to get home. Then it usually took him another 3 to get to his room. Suite number 505. Maybe his health was failing at last. Maybe he'd care about that someday. "I'm home," Marcus called to the roaches. sending them scurrying under the dinged baseboards and stained floors. He locked the knob and the deadbolt and then slid down a latch at the top of the door. The security precautions were a necessity, given the condition of the neighbourhood. Forget that his was a dingy 200 square foot studio unit with a plywood counter and a rusted sink that masqueraded as a kitchen. Everyone here got robbed. Even he had when he had just moved in. But the joke was on the robbers. He didn't have anything worth robbing. A dresser with clothes, a dented crackpot, a stained mattress that lay directly on the laminate tile floor, a TV which barely clung to the ability to produce colour. Marcus was the lord of all he surveyed. He slid the first cassette of the series into the VHS player underneath his TV. Then he sat down on his bed, searching for the remote, until he remembered he didn't have one. So he reached forward, pressed play, and sat back down. The green display on the VCR read, "Tracking," for a moment. A very long moment. And then it began to play. A dusty white room viewed from the corner of the ceiling appeared on the screen. At the periphery of visibility, there was a TV on a stand, but the camera seemed to be centered on a man. A big, balding man in a chair, staring intently at the TV screen. It was hard to tell. The video quality was so bad, but it looked like the man was panting, gasping for air, as if he had just run a marathon, or down the street given his weight. Then the video ended. Marcus stared at the blank screen for a moment. Then he ejected the cassette from the player and saw that whoever had seen it last hadn't rewound it. Typical people these days. True, there was no Be Kind Rewind sticker on the cover, but still. He rewound the cassette on his own and hit play again, this time starting the video from the very beginning. And again, it showed a room viewed seemingly from a security camera in the corner of the ceiling. But this was a hospital room, an emergency room from the look of it. A doctor and 2 or 3 nurses dashed around a screaming woman, trying to keep her stable, trying to keep her still. But as Marcus watched, her electrocardiogram flatlined. She was dead. That realization struck Marcus hard, though he couldn't fathom why. This was just a movie after all. Just now, the actress was probably reclining on a couch in Hollywood somewhere, or if her career had failed, her position was no worse than his. Wait a moment. The medical staff was still shouting at each other and preparing for something. Something, but what? Their patient was dead, and there was nothing they could do to change that now. And then, the unthinkable happened. Right on screen, right as Marcus watched, the doctor took the biggest, sharpest scalpel he had and opened the woman from hip to hip. Blood began to spill over the blankets onto the floor with such realism that Marcus retched. From the gory mess, the doctor pulled forth a squirming, shrieking baby. The video ended with a crackle of static and then darkness. And the clock on the VCR suggested that Marcus had been watching it, spellbound, for a full 2 hours. But why? Why had he spent 2 hours of his life watching a... He didn't even know what to call the film. It was like a medical documentary, but there was no narration. Nothing to help Marcus understand what was going on and what had gone wrong. And now that he thought of it, what on earth happened to that strange segment he'd seen first, of the man in the seat staring at the TV? He ejected the cassette to see if the tape had snarled up or gone off track, but nothing was apparently wrong. That segment had just vanished, apparently. A stream of water dripped down the corner of the apartment and puddled onto the floor. But Marcus couldn't fix it, and the landlord wouldn't fix it, and he still had 4 more cassettes to watch. Static, noise, then darkness, then a series of white and blue vertical lines that coalesced into houses. A neighborhood, a sunlit, wooded, working-class neighborhood. A cameraman wandered through a neighborhood of some sort, but he couldn't hold the camera straight, and he breathed in a loud, labored sort of manner, as if he'd just run a marathon, or down the block if he was fat enough. He stopped after a few blocks and seemed to take cover, half sulking next to a slumped-over shed in someone's backyard. From there, he zoomed in, slowly, and attempted to focus on a series of small silhouettes that darted around in another, farther off backyard. Children, laughing, squealing, playing children. The picture was blurred and too shaky to make much sense of. But, after a time, Marcus inferred that he was watching a party of some sort. Perhaps a birthday party. For some reason, someone had thought it would make a good video to peek at a children's birthday party. It was as if he was a voyeur of some sort. Marcus coughed mucus into the sleeve of his shirt and lumbered toward the TV and VHS player to shut both the damn things off. He didn't know what he was watching, but he didn't want to watch it. And that was when he realized that the roads in that neighborhood, the trees, even that rickety old shed that the cameraman was hiding behind, he recognized them. They were all from the neighborhood he'd grown up in. The party. The song began in that shrill, out of tune, out of beat way that it always did. Happy birthday to you, the children warbled. Happy birthday to you. The cameraman sneezed or coughed or something before refocusing on the party. Happy birthday, dear Freddy. Happy birthday to you. The final tone stuck for a moment before the picture faded and then went black. The cassette was finished, but Marcus stared at the screen for a long time afterwards anyway. Freddy. Who on earth was Freddy? And why had someone decided to make a movie out of his birthday party? And then Marcus remembered Whitey. Whitey, everyone called him, for his pale blonde hair. But his real name was Freddy. He and Marcus had been best friends until he had died of a bad cold in the 3rd grade. And this birthday party, Marcus had attended it. It had been Freddy's last birthday ever. A lone tear rolled down one of his cheeks. It had been decades since he thought of Freddy, but he had known the kid and his father well. They weren't the sort to allow a filmmaker into their lives, so this movie, whatever it was, there had to be something about it that Marcus was missing. He ejected part 2 and slid part 3 in, reflecting that he now knew why Freddy didn't talk about his mother. She had died in childbirth too. The familiar static and blackness morphed into more blackness, but not a single line of distortion crossed the screen in the moments that followed, nor did the familiar loud pink noise play from the speakers. There was only that familiar, loud, haggard breathing, and the sound of heavy footsteps crushing into some sort of wet, yielding surface. An owl hoot in the distance, and then the camera panned up and focused on a full moon. When it panned down and the cameraman began to walk again, several trees were illuminated by the light of the stars. Distant contours in the landscape suggested mountains were nearby. Laughter pierced the forest, soft, private laughter. And through the trees, the camera found a path to a dancing red and yellow light. This seemed to be the destination of the cameraman, a campfire. He got closer to the fire, and closer still, until he must have had a hand or cloth over his mouth to avoid being heard over the crackle of the burning logs. On the far side of the fire, a couple sat, arm in arm, feeding each other s'mores, whispered conversation, and sweet soft kisses. One of them, presumed the man, took out a small silver harmonica and started to play, his lover in his arms. The sound quality was horrible, awful, and at that distance, over the noise of the crackling fire, the tiny squeal of the harmonica was distorted into near inaudibility. The rare note that had managed audibility was off-key more often than not, but enough of them, spaced closely enough together, made Marcus realize. Greensleeves. The man was playing Greensleeves. It seemed to be all he could play, because he repeated it a few times before he and his girl retired into the tent, arm in arm, kissing the whole way. Laughter, soft, low moans, whispered oaths. The cameraman waited and watched the whole time, breathing louder and louder as the couple's lovemaking came to a close. In time, the last smouldering ember of the fire died out, and with that, the cameraman was on the move again, using the light of the stars and the moon to guide him. He strode up to the tent, right up to the door of the tent, and then circled around to the side. He then focused on that orange nylon surface, or perhaps what was beyond it. And there he remained for a long, long, long time. At some point, the camera panned right. A snivelling, whimpering something sat on the ground, shivering and soiling itself as the cameraman got closer. It was a dog, a brown and black, shaggy dog with a red collar and leash holding it in place. And the name on the collar was... The video ended before the camera focused on those 5 etched letters, but Marcus knew what they were. Riley. He had never been the same after that camping trip, when Marcus had taken his then girlfriend to the forest and asked her to marry him. He stared at the TV screen for one moment longer. Then, scrabbling at the bed, the cassettes and the roaches had hidden beneath them. He exchanged the 3rd cassette for the 4th. Your Honor, Your Honor. Every sentence she made them call her, Your Honor. And if you forget, she'd correct you and make you start speaking all over again. It was enough to irritate the most professional of lawyers, and the layabouts Marcus had managed to afford. Propositioning his clients, battering opposing counsel, driving by their homes late at night. And just the other day, he cornered Marcus's wife in the waiting room and told her how stupid she was, loudly enough for everyone to hear. It was almost enough for Marcus to do something about it. Almost. Then he remembered their anniversary. Their 15th anniversary. The kids were in school, and he'd come home from work early. He brought wine and flowers and chocolates and a new ring, and he'd entered his house silently, and his bedroom too. And so, he had been able to watch for several moments as his wife did things with her lover that she'd never done with him. The courtroom was viewed through a security camera. Her Honor entered and all rose, and then all sat, and the deliberations began. And so Marcus was forced to relive the moments when he'd lost everything he'd worked so hard to gain. The kids, the house, his pension and retirement fund. She'd taken most of them because her lawyer was a pro, an expert at painting him as an absent, callous husband who cared so little for his wife that she was the victim, really, that her minor indiscretions were the result of years of loneliness and neglect which amounted to emotional abuse. The gavel was pounded. Marcus watched himself and his useless lawyer exit the courtroom, heads hung. He remembered. There were still a few details to be ironed out, and so they had carpooled to the lawyer's office. Marcus hadn't the money for that much gas. The security camera footage ended, and now the cameraman was back. The loud breathing cameraman with shaky hands. He was sulking next to a series of bushes at the far end of the parking lot, watching Marcus and his lawyer enter their shared car. And then he entered his own car. Marcus couldn't see what it was, and followed them. It was cold that day, and dark, but there was no rain. There was little traffic too, and that meant that the cameraman was able to keep them in frame, even when he hung a mile or more back behind them. He followed them all 20 miles to the lawyer's practice, panting the whole way. He didn't stop when their car pulled off the road and into the lawyer's parking lot. He just kept driving. If anything, he drove faster and swerved a bit to the side so that a puddle of oily water on the road was kicked up and doused Marcus. That moment, he remembered that. He remembered spitting and swearing and shrieking at the departing BMW. And he remembered hearing, or thinking that he was hearing something like laughter, but at the same time, so completely different from laughter. And now he heard it again, as the cameraman drove off into the distance. It was a grinding, huffing guffaw that didn't sound human or animal. And then the screen was all white, all at once. Voices approached, muffled footsteps, and then slowly, the camera began to focus. It was another security camera, or something like a security camera, set in the corner of the ceiling and a wall, in the lawyer's office, and it had just turned on as he and Marcus entered. There they were, sitting across from one another with that big, fine oak desk between them. The lawyer poured a few fingers of scotch for each of them, and they began to talk. For an hour they sat there, hashing out the final details of the end of Marcus's marriage, before they stood and shook hands. The lawyer offered Marcus a ride. Marcus said that he'd rather walk. The video might have ended there. It should have. But then, just then, after the front door of the practice opened and shut, Marcus's lawyer turned and looked at the camera in the corner of his ceiling and wall. The expression on his face twisted from a sad smile into a grimace of pure dread. He was walking alone in the rain and the cold. There were trees to his right and a dark two-lane to his left. Now and then, a deviation from the main road led to neighborhoods, collections of houses far greater than anything he ever had or ever would live in. A lone, beat-up Chevrolet passed him by, blaring some mixture of rap and rock music, and as it vanished into the distance, it began again. The breathing, that haggard, heavy, laboured breathing. The cameraman had followed him home from work one day. One rainy, cold, dark day, just like today. Such days were uncommon in the area. But when Marcus saw it, tucked under his arm, peeking at the camera through the gap between his chest and his hoodie, this video series, in their white covers with no titles or markings. The cameraman was watching him walk home, carrying the same video cassette that was playing right now. He followed Marcus all the way home, and then, from the sidewalk, focused on the leaky, stained window that was his, until the light came on. And there the cameraman stayed, shaking, breathing, staring at the window. Marcus turned to look at the window himself, wiped a cold, wet, salty sheen from his cheek, crept forward with one quivering hand reaching toward the blinds. And then the cameraman was on the move again. Apparently holding his breath, he approached the apartment building. He paused at the door, holding something in front of the key fob reader that made it ping and allowed him entry. Then he entered the stairwell and began to climb upward, stair by stair. He or she or it, whatever it was, passed the second floor, then the third, then the fourth, then began to make its way down the main corridor of the fifth floor. It stopped about halfway through and turned to the left, panning up and down and then up again, focusing on the worn masking tape identifier just above the painted over eye hole, number 505. Marcus was now the one breathing loudly, laboriously. He turned to his side, placed a hand on his bed, and slowly, carefully pushed himself to his feet. He crept to his door, then threw it open with a shout, and nothing happened. No one was there. Nothing was there, except for the same graffiti and cigarette butts that had always been there. And the rain, of course, welcomed in by the windows shattered years before. Marcus peered out at the street, at the spot, the precise point where the cameraman must have stood before entering his building and standing right where he was standing now. And then he screamed and went back into his apartment, slamming the door shut behind him. Seething, shaking, he pressed the rewind button on the VHS player. He had to see it again, to know what had happened. But before the motors could even spin up to best speed, they paused and caught. And then there was a crackle of electricity, and then the VHS player vomited a burned, ruined cassette tape. Marcus stared at the machine for a moment. Then he slapped it off the TV. Then he slapped the TV off the stand. Then he began to scream. And then something caught his eye, and he picked up the cassette covers again. All 5 of them. He thought that the Roman numeral on each of them was their only identifying marker, but he was wrong. Just next to each of the numbers, 1 through 5, there was a slash, so faint that it was invisible to a glance. Marcus's closer examination picked it up though. It, and the 6 just next to it. Through the rain and the cold, and now that the sun was long set, through the dark too, Marcus began the journey with a quick jog. It was only asthma that slowed him down. Asthma and age, and the bad knee that he couldn't afford to have someone look at. And now his voice was laboured and haggard too, just like the cameraman's. If it even was a man, or woman, or human, or animal at all. Wait a moment. That was his voice, wasn't it? Wasn't it? Marcus held his breath, but the heavy panting growl didn't stop. It was there, right there, something moving beyond the trees, in the forest adjacent to the road. But what? What was it? Imagination. That's what it was. Imagination. In his shock, Marcus had forgotten to hold his breath, and he was breathing again in a manner that almost sounded like what he'd heard. His nerves were playing tricks on him, and to avoid this, he walked faster, and resolved not to hold his breath again. In time, he made it to the library, waterlogged and chilled to the bone. Teeth chattering, he entered and turned on the light, and there it was, right where its 5 predecessors had been, cased in a white paper cover. 6 out of 6. The last part. He took it and made for the door, and that was when Marcus remembered the room. The meeting room at the far end of the library that he didn't like to visit. There was a TV in there and a VHS player, and then he was dashing through the empty, echoing library toward that foreboding, solid oak door. He threw it open, entered the dusty, chilly room, and turned on the overhead fluorescent, bathing the whole place in bright, piercing white light. The smell, he ignored it. The TV and VHS player were just there, both plugged in, both powered on, both in front of a lone rolling chair. The table and the other chairs had been shoved off to the side of the room. He was panting from the run, shivering from the cold. He collapsed into the seat, the cassette still in his hand. Then he glanced at the VHS player's dim green display. Tracking, it read. Tracking. Then, part 6. Then, play. But still, the TV buzzed with static noise. The volume was turned on, all the way up in fact, but the whole room was bathed in silence. Pure, absolute silence, but for Marcus's ragged gasping. The screen changed slowly. There was something behind the flickering static. But what was it? The quality was so poor. Marcus had to lean forward in his seat. In fact, he had to stare at the TV, unblinking, until he saw what it was. A fat man in a chair, leaning forward and staring at what might be a TV on a stand, just out of the camera's view. The last segment of part 1 of 6. The brief clip at the end that had vanished when he tried to see it again. The cassette still in his hands. And it had been filmed. In the past? In the future? Did it matter? Marcus held his breath, but still, that laboured, haggard breathing was there in the room with him. He turned, looked to where the ceiling met the wall. And then the video ended. And then Marcus ended. I'd moved to a new town. This was a much nicer, cleaner, quieter town than the one I lived at before. Not the sort of town you'd expect to have things wrong with it. There was a very big public park right in the centre. It housed rows upon rows of swings, slides, infested with snake-like tunnels that weaved in and around the playground, providing a maze for children to lose themselves in their games. There was even a functioning merry-go-round, which seemed to always be slightly turning, inviting the children to hitch a ride on its platform of twirls. I have to emphasize on the fact that it was a quiet, peaceful town. The kind of town where kids could leave the house on their own and take a short journey to the park. I had been given strict instructions by my parents that I should come home the second it started turning dark. My life was wonderful, or so it seemed. It was a Friday. I knew the day because I remember coming home with a large grin on my face as I knew I had the luxury of non-stop playing for the next 2 whole days. I did what I always did. I chucked my school bag on my bed and was ordered to change into other clothing. In a matter of minutes, I was ready to descend into a world of fun. Nothing could stop me. The tunnels were my favourite. It was so easy to get lost in them, which made great fun for playing hide and seek with my only 2 friends, Billy and Tom. They were both in my class and we, like many 8-year-olds, loved any game that filled us with pure adrenaline. We were going to play murder. I don't expect anyone to know this game, we made it up. The rules were very similar to hide and seek, except when the one seeking found you, they had to murder you. Pretend, obviously. It was nearing winter, as I remember being slightly cold as I wormed my way around in the tunnels, furiously trying to find a perfect hiding spot. Billy was the seeker. Tom had hidden behind the merry-go-round. I was alone. It must have been maybe 10 minutes, which for an 8-year-old felt like a year, when I decided to do what all kids do when they get bored. Give up. I give up, I shouted, my voice echoing through the tunnel. I'm in the tunnels, I give up. I heard sudden shuffling from one end of the tunnel. Now, I don't know why, but I froze still. I didn't call out again. I just waited. Something wasn't right. Billy would always say something before coming after someone in the tunnel. He'd always congratulate them on being the last to be found, or for cheating by hiding in the endless maze of tunnels. As I stood, frozen, the shuffling grew louder. I could tell it was starting to get dark outside, as the tunnels slowly began to lose any light in them. Slowly but surely dropping into darkness. I began to slowly shuffle backwards. The shuffling ahead of me grew louder, as if someone or something way too big for the tunnel was trying to navigate around. Come out, it's time to go home now, a very creepy voice echoed through the tunnels. It sounded like when a grown man talks to a small child, talking slightly higher pitched. This was definitely wrong. I probably would have came out if the voice was outside, But it wasn't. It was inside the tunnels. Why would an adult crawl inside? As I was shuffling further and further back, the face of an old man appeared in the darkness ahead of me. Patches of hair on his head, and a definite look of someone who hadn't showered in the last week. I couldn't see what he was wearing, but I knew it was tattered, old clothes. He had a sharp, scraggly beard, which was peppered with dirt. The second we made eye contact, he just smiled at me, revealing his filthy, underbrushed teeth, which had blotches of brown and black covering them entirely. I panicked, turned around the corner, and began shuffling on all fours as fast as I could. The shuffling behind me growing louder and quicker. He was chasing me. I sped through the maze for what felt like an eternity. I only stopped when my legs refused to move anymore. I'd taken so many twists and turns that even I was completely lost. "I don't want to hurt you, I just want to talk," the voice echoed through the tunnels. I could tell he was nearby. I pressed my body against the bottom of the small, narrow tunnel and listened. He continued to make soft cooing noises, begging me to come out and present myself to him. I lay in that tunnel for hours, no exaggeration. Even after I heard him curse to himself and angrily force his way out of the tunnel, I continued to wait. Thoughts raced my mind of me coming out the tunnel, only to be met by that same smile that once greeted me. In the darkness of the tunnel, I could make out blue, flashing lights on the outside. I heard frantic voices calling 3 names repeatedly. "Billy, Tom, Michael." When I heard my name, my heart slowly began to calm. My parents had come. I easily shuffled out of the tunnels, guided by the wet, dirty scrapings along the walls of the tunnel, the way the man must have gone. Outside, I was greeted by several police cars, lights flashing. There were groups of adults with concerned looks on their faces. I recognized 2 of them, my parents. "Mom? Dad?" I wailed, crying as I ran towards them. They began crying and ran towards me, lifting me off the ground and hugging me so tightly it felt as though I was being slowly crushed. Billy and Tom were taken that evening. They were later found hidden in a nearby skip, mutilated. They had been brutally massacred. Their skulls had been caved in with a large iron bar, and their bodies had deep cuts everywhere, large pieces of glass found buried in their backs. What chills me to the bone is that the wet dirt I saw in the tunnels wasn't entirely dirt. It was Billy and Tom's blood. After slaughtering my 2 best friends and making eye contact with me in that tunnel, he just smiled. He had just won the game. I had what many people would call a warped childhood. Many children are raised on nursery rhymes, fairy tales, and Dr. Seuss. And while my childhood did have these memories, my mother included another genre in mine and my sister's upbringing: horror. I cannot recount the number of times when my sister and I were read some of Stephen King's short stories for bedtime rather than a more common children's story. Popsy was always my favourite. I grew up watching the classic horror movies and being told ghost stories. Many people, when I tell this to, ask me if I had a lot of nightmares as a child as a result. But the truth is quite the opposite. I'm not afraid of the boogeyman or ghosts. To me, ghosts and goblins were simply fictional creatures that are only in books, movies, and in stories told around a campfire. The horror genre was simply a part of my life. I loved the feeling of being so scared. So naturally, Halloween was one of my favourite times of year. I remember one Halloween many years ago. I was young, but not so young that I don't have first-hand memories of the events soon to follow. There was a Halloween attraction that was running just down the street from our house. It had been going on every Halloween for a few years, but my parents had never let my sister and I go before. And then one year, we were finally given permission to go to this haunted attraction. The attraction was built into an old, abandoned manor house. Just the sort of place where you would expect a Halloween attraction to be built. I remember being very excited as I waited to get into the house, because lots of people that were coming out were raving about how scary it was, and I was highly anticipating having my own time inside. Like most Halloween attractions, they let the people inside the house in small groups. Because my sister and I were only children, the attendants at the door made sure we were put with the same group as our parents. Finally, we step inside. Inside, it could have been any haunted house in America in the 90s, full of fake fog and grease-painted actors. I wasn't overly scared, because my mother always reminded me that the actors are not allowed to touch you. But I jumped and screamed along with everyone else when a monster jumped out of the hidden nooks and crannies of the old manor house. Eventually, we made our way down into the basement, which had been changed into the stereotypical Mad Doctor setting, common in a lot of haunted houses. Needless to say, there was a lot of fake blood everywhere. But I'll never forget that basement, because something seemed just a little out of place. Sometimes, even the most normal things can become diabolical if you alter the perspective. It's something you see in a few modern ghost hunting shows in B-shots. There was nothing that immediately jumped out as being evil. There was certainly nothing like The Exorcist happening to tip me off that something was wrong. It was a simple sight that made it much more unnerving because it stood out against the overt horror backdrop of the decorated room. In the midst of the bloody carnage of the Mad Doctor's operating room, I remember that an old woman was sitting in the far corner of the room. She looked to be in her 80s, had thinning grey hair, and was very thin. I would be lying to myself if I said that she didn't scare me more than the rest of the attraction combined. At the time, I didn't have much understanding of the effects the different physical ailments can have on a person, but looking back now, I would say that she was the victim of a bad stroke. Sometimes, a bad stroke will leave the person with one side of his or her face paralyzed, and that's exactly what happened to her. one side of her face was drooping and saliva was leaking from the corner of her drooped mouth. She was talking, yelling at us as we passed by. Her words were badly slurred because of her paralyzed face, but I could make out what she was yelling. "Stop! Get out!" over and over again. Even passing through the basement and going out the other side, I could still hear her screaming in that awful, slurred way up the stairs. I was extremely disturbed by the sight of the old woman, but as I got away from her, I began to feel better. She was obviously an actor who was working for the attraction. Most of the attraction worked on jump scares, and she was obviously there to cater more to psychological horror. Well, in any case, it worked. It certainly worked on me. We emerged out into the night once again and got that instant sense of relief that makes horror so addicting, the "we have survived" moment. My sister instantly began to talk about which part was her favourite. An actor who had jumped out at her in a werewolf costume had been her favourite. When it came my turn to share, I could think of nothing besides the old woman I'd seen, and I told my family about how the old woman in the basement had scared me the most. "What woman in the basement?" my mother asked. Shocked, I began to describe as well as I could what I'd seen. When I had finished, my mother said that she hadn't seen any woman fitting that description down in the basement. The rest of my family agreed with her. I put the incident out of my mind. Like I said, I didn't believe in ghosts and didn't believe that they were real. I tried to rationalize why they'd missed the old woman and her screams. Each attempt to do this was more pathetic than the last, but I knew that ghosts couldn't be real. The next year, I was eager to step foot in the old manor again, but I was horrified to discover that the haunted attraction had been shut down and would not be opening again. Since I lived so close to the haunt, a few people in my neighbourhood had taken up jobs there, and I asked around with them about why it had closed. A few people that would talk told me that the old manor was really haunted with real ghosts, and that too many people were refusing to work there again because of the paranormal activity going on there. Their stories ranged from objects moving on their own, to apparitions, and even to physical attacks against the living that entered certain parts of the house. I laughed it off. People were just letting the atmosphere of the Halloween haunt mess with them. It was probably just a couple of pranksters messing with the workers. But no matter how much I tried to explain to the workers about how it could be a couple of jokers messing around, they kept insisting that it was impossible for it to have been any human activity. But even as I tried to convince them, I couldn't help but remember the old woman that I had seen in the basement that no one else had seen. I was kind of nervous about the whole thing, and I wanted more information about the house. These days, you can look anything on the internet and have an answer in seconds. But the 90s was not like that. Few people had internet at the time, and my family was one that did not have internet access. So I went to the next best thing, my mother. I asked her about the old manor. At first, she was reluctant to tell me, which unnerved me more than anything, because she had never shied away from telling us things of that nature before. Finally, she told me what she knew. The manor started out as a private residence built in 1922, but the original owner lost the house in foreclosure. After that, it became a sanitarium, which is something like a small hospital. just by virtue of being a hospital in the area where it was the only hospital around at the time, a lot of people passed away within the walls. In fact, there are some reports that say that there was at least one death a day within those walls during this time. But that was not the part that my mother was reluctant to tell me. She told me that afterward, it was turned into a nursing facility, and they would have taken care of sick, older people, just like the old woman I'd seen during my walkthrough. But the records of abuse that came out of that place is numerous. Many ex-employees confessed that they had quit soon after being hired because of the vast amount of malpractice that happened there. My mother remembered all this because it was in the newspapers when it was going on, and it was a huge deal in the community. It made me feel a little sick to think about how those people, those human beings, were treated in that horrible place. And that's not all. Local legend has long said that the building was haunted by the tortured souls of the people who died under the horrible conditions there. The man who built the Halloween attraction there knew of the history and the legends surrounding the place, and built the attraction with the sole purpose of playing off those stories. It was then that I knew that I had seen the ghost of a woman who had died in the building. She just wanted to spend her afterlife in peace, but instead, every year, she and her fellow ghosts were interrupted by the living, storming through their place in the thousands, turning their situation into a joke. And, for the first time ever, I began to treat ghosts and spirits not as fictional creatures only meant to frighten and scare, but as real physical manifestation of a force that humans are not capable of understanding yet. The house, to this day, continues to be a hotspot for paranormal activity. The owner lets in a local paranormal group at least once a week, every Friday night, to do an investigation. Several ghost-themed television shows have filmed at the location. One show brought in a psychic medium who claims that the years the house spent as a Halloween attraction has forever scarred the house and the spirits who reside there. One thing is for sure, I'm now a lot more careful about checking out the history of any Halloween haunt I go to. Ghosts are everywhere, of course, but I'll never go to a place with such a sad history attached to it. And I haven't been able to get scared inside a Halloween attraction since. I don't scream, jump, or run away as the actors jump out at me. Nearly all of my friends have commented on my bravery in the face of these Halloween attractions. But I'm not brave. Not really. It's just a lack of fear. Because it's hard to get scared by actors in makeup when you've been inside the real thing. My name is Jim McGraw. I was the command module pilot of Apollo 19. Contrary to popular belief, there were at least 2 more missions to the moon that were kept secret from the public. I flew to the moon in June of 1973 under the command of Commander Thomas Caird. Our friend Steve Willis was the flight's lunar module pilot. The goal of our flight was to be the first manned landing on the lunar far side. You see, word has it that the Department of Defense received information that the Russians were going to land in the Fermi crater. So we made up our minds to beat them by landing in the Zarkovsky crater, directly to the east of Fermi. Now, as the CMP, I have a boring yet crucial job in the mission. My purpose is to stay in orbit of the moon while Tom and Steve explore the surface below. Whenever I swing back to the lunar near side, I'll report to Earth on their progress, as we will be out of direct line of sight with mission control while on the other side. Apollo 19 blasted off from Cape Canaveral on June 16, 1973, and made its transorbital injection after orbiting the Earth twice. 4 days on the 20th, we entered lunar orbit. Tom and Steve flew down through the tunnel that connected the command module and the lunar module, sealed off both compartments, and separated. After I checked the LM over through the triangular CM window, they began to make their descent. The procedure went rather smoothly, exactly as we predicted in the Sims. I watched eagerly as the LM slowly fell to the lunar surface. Soon, my friends were out of sight. As they silently fell to the moon, I heard the excitement in their voices. The closer they got, the more tense they sounded. Eventually, I heard on the radio a loud whoomp. "Touch!" Tom yelled. "Engine shut down," Steve calmly announced. For a brief moment, all was dead quiet. Then, when they realized what they had accomplished, I heard my two friends burst out laughing. They had successfully landed on the moon. Within an hour, they had completed their EVA checklist, and I gave Tom a go for the first spacewalk of our mission. No time was wasted in opening the hatch. As Tom got closer to the surface while descending the ladder, he was silent. Soon he reached the footpad of the LM and stepped off onto the moon. Still, no sound was uttered, no poetic phrase, nothing. Anxiously, I awaited his report. Honestly, anything would have been fine to hear. Anything at all. Finally, Tom said my name. "Jim, do you copy?" "Yeah, Tom, what is it?" "I'm down," he said, not quite believing it himself. Wide-eyed, I stared at the last bit of the Tsiolkovsky as it disappeared over the horizon. I laughed and clapped my hands. "Bravo, Tom. How's the weather down there?" He chuckled a bit. "Clear skies, no clouds, bright sunlight everywhere." Within 10 minutes, I passed back over to the near side, out of communication with Steve and Tom. Last report I heard, Steve was coming down the ladder and was going to do some exploring with Tom in the lunar rover. After the planting of the flag, of course. Within moments, I had re-established communication with Houston Mission Control and reported the progress of our mission thus far. Over the radio, I heard the thunderous claps of the 50 men monitoring our flight. Gus, our mission's designated Capcom, congratulated me. "Be sure to tell us of what they find on your next swing around," Gus said to me. "That's about all I can do up here," I sighed. Seconds later, I flew from the near side right into the bright daytime of Farside. "What's the word, guys?" I asked eagerly. There was nothing but silence for a few moments. Then, Steve said something. "Jim?" "Yeah, Steve?" "We've found something." "Well, what is it?" There was a pause. "We've stumbled across Apollo 18. Apollo 18 reported to have crash-landed back in February in the Tycho crater on the near side of the moon. With the loss of its CMDR and LMP, the CMP attempted to return to Earth, but the heat shield separated upon re-entry. If the LM had crashed on the other side, what was it doing here in Tsiolkovsky? You guys sure it's 18? Pretty damn sure. We went inside to accept... Inside? I cried. You mean it isn't crashed? It came down intact? Perfectly fine, but the 2 pilots are missing. Their rover tracks lead somewhere deep into the crater. I think we'll follow them, Tom said. It took me a while to process this bombshell. When my craft returned to the near side, I didn't know how to explain this to Houston. What's the news from Tom and Steve? Gus asked. After contemplating what to say, I finally decided to be truthful. They found 18. Silence greeted us. A while later, he came back on. You're serious? Oh, come on, Gus, don't play games with me. You must have known about this. How in hell is something that's supposed to have crashed in Taicho located on the opposite side of the moon? Another pause. Then, it's probably just a failed satellite, Jim, that crashed. One of those early Canaveral jobs. I cut him off. Don't give me some bull excuse from the DoD. It was an LM. They are vastly different from any sort of satellite. Now talk, I angrily demanded. Radio cutoff was coming up in a few seconds. Right before I lost communication, Gus mumbled, I don't know what to tell you, Jim. Daylight flooded the capsule as I drifted back to the far side. Tom, Steve, what's your status? Over, I said into the mic, obviously irritated. Listen, was all Tom replied. What? He's right, Jim, Steve intervened. Listen to the radio. Deciding to play along, I stopped talking and pressed my ear to the circular speaker on the control panel. That's when I heard it. There was an absence of static, replaced by a nearly inaudible whisper, along with some sort of mixture of sounds ranging from clicking to crushing to smacking. The whisper portion of the sound hybrid was indecipherable in what it was trying to say. What on earth is that god-awful noise? I cried, shaking with fear. We're not too sure, but it started 20 minutes after you lost communication with us, Tom explained. Nothing much else happened when I was on the near side. 10 minutes after I became aware of the noise, Steve said, The rover tracks seem to be going over to that crater over there. As they neared the edge of the crater, the noise increased drastically in volume, almost to a high-pitched shrill. I covered my ears and gritted my teeth. What's happening? I screamed. The noise died down. It's as if the nearer we get to that craterlet, the louder the noise gets, Tom said. Where is it coming from, though? There's no sound in a vacuum, so it must be on the frequency. They had no answer for me. Soon, I was on the back of the near side. When Gus asked me for an update, I decided not to tell him about the noises. I told him that Tom and Steve were following the tracks of the previous astronauts, and that was that. Within 40 minutes, I was back on the far side. But something was different this time. Tsiolkovsky was black. Only Tsiolkovsky was black. All other craters were doused with the blazing light of the sun. For some reason, This massive crater was jet black, darker than the night sky. It was supposed to be noonday on the surface there. "It started as soon as you swung around to the near side," Tom explained. "We've been navigating back with the light on our helmets. We had to give up on the search for the crew of 18. The noise was still there. I looked down at the foreboding crater of night. It looked like a pit that led all the way to the deepest recesses of hell. I struggled to see the pinprick of light against the dark that would be my friends. Nothing could be seen. It was like the darkness itself swallowed the light. I couldn't take my eyes off of it, not until it swung out of view over the horizon. "What's your status, 19? Gus asked. "Zelkovsky is enshrouded in darkness," I said, matter-of-factly. "Why?" The telltale pause was back. Then the bull excuse. "Maybe it's some sort of light phenomenon, like how the poles on Earth experienced night for 6 months. I switched the radio off. Not long later, I was back on the far side. As soon as I entered the range of communication with the ground crew, I heard heavy panting, as if someone was running frantically. Something was definitely not right. "Tom? Steve? What's the matter?" I yelled into the mic. "Tom is dead," Steve cried between gasps. "They got him." "They?" I screamed in terror. "Who are they?" "Beings, 8 feet high. They're blacker than the night enshrouding me. These things rise up from the dust. They flipped the rover and got Tom." "Rise up from the dust?" "Ascending from the ground to kill us. I'm on my way to 18's LM. I'm a quarter of a mile away. I may make it." "You're not making any sense." I was crying by this point from confusion and fear. "What are they?" Before Steve had a chance to answer, he was screaming. I heard him yelling, pleading, begging whatever had a hold of him to leave him be. I listened as the thing tore his suit to shreds. As oxygen escaped, I could discern some sort of sickening crack, as well as the sound of ripping flesh. The last thing that came from Steve was his last convulsive sob, followed by a pop. Then it was over. I suddenly heard the strange noise, louder than ever, blaring through the radio. Instantly I switched it off, but the noise continued. I covered my ears until I was back on the near side, where it ceased. Switching the radio back on, I screamed at Gus. "They're dead. Tom and Steve have died. Steve said some sort of things rose up from the dust to kill them. What were they?" This time, Gus replied. All he said was, "It's happening again." After that, there was static. Mission Control ended contact with me. Then I realized they were going to leave me in orbit to die. That's probably what happened to 18 CMP. Either that, or they gave him the wrong re-entry coordinates, causing him to burn up on purpose. They didn't want word to get out about what's been going on the moon. Well, I resolved to try. When I swung back around to the far side, the noise was back to a quiet whisper. Soon I reached the optimal time to make a burn and send the ship home. I switched on the rocket. Nothing happened. I began to laugh hysterically. I came to the conclusion that, anticipating this would take place, and not wanting to risk us spreading word of what happened, the NASA supplied us with insufficient fuel to get home. There was no hope of my returning to Earth. This transpired 2 days ago. Since then, I've just been sitting here, contemplating what to do. Meanwhile, the voice has continued to speak to me. I don't like it. The words make more sense now. They tell me bad things. I don't know what's worse, the static from the near side, or the whispering voices of far side. Rather than prolong this torture, I've decided to open the hatch without my suit on as soon as I finish writing this down. Hopefully, one day, it'll be found. Before I do so though, I would like to issue this one last warning to Earth. Do not return to Zelkovsky. In fact, do not return to the far side of the moon. All that one would get from here is death. This is Jim McCraw, Command Module Pilot of Apollo 19, signing off for the last time. This happened to me about 8 years ago. I'd hitchhiked regularly for more than 2 years. This was the last time I ever did. When you hitchhike overnight, there are two options. Either someone offers you a place to stay, or you find yourself a place to crawl into. I always had my one-man tent and a light sleeping bag with me, but I rarely needed them. I'm a rather talkative and friendly guy, and usually those people that are ready to let a single young man in their car and enjoy his company don't mind offering said man a bed or at least a corner in the garage at night and a shower in the morning. I'd been on the road for 6 days, and every single night I was lucky enough to score a bed. The second night, I had even been invited to come along to a house party. The third night, I was offered to join some sort of family reunion where a father met his kids for the first time in years. But I politely refused because his ex-wife obviously minded having a smelly stranger around. In return for being polite, I got a beer and a pack of yogurt and was allowed to sleep in the car. I think when you hitchhike, it's best not to have a fixed schedule or routine. It is much more pleasant to follow whatever recommendations the locals give and drift day by day just a bit closer to your destination. Hitchhiking is not really a way of travelling. I think it's more of a way of thinking. Away from get from here to there thinking, towards a more zen-like, the journey is the reward mentality. Still, those 6 days, I got pretty far. I hadn't tried very hard, but I managed to get about 2/3 of the way to my uncle's place. I started on Monday, had 6 days of luck, and just when God was getting ready for his day off, my luck disappeared. An older lady took me off the highway and dropped me at a rather desolate country road. There were still cars driving, but the sun was getting ready to kiss the horizon. If there's something you learn as a hitchhiker, it's that when dawn comes, no one trusts strangers anymore. No one trusts the lone, unkempt man that stands at the side of the road waiting for a ride. And if you are a lone, unkempt woman standing on the side of the road, you better not trust those cars that stop for you. After half an hour of sticking my thumb in the direction of approaching cars, I realized there was barely a chance to get a ride, and certainly no chance at all to get a bed. I started walking off the road and towards a small forest. It's never good to sleep in the open. The police will bother you, or drunk strangers might visit. Forests also give you cover in case you have to do your business, and they keep wind and rain away. In general, when my tent is in the forest, I sleep better than when it's at the side of the street. I had set up the tent and gathered wood for a small fire. My camp was just a few steps from the meadow that bordered the forest, not too deep inside the woods. I settled down, hummed a song to myself, and tried to read with my flashlight as the light source. The wood was too wet, and the fire produced more smoke than warmth. I had read 3 pages when I heard heavy steps somewhere behind me. Branches breaking, heavy, soft steps. Bear. I was up on my feet with the flashlight in the left and a thick stick in the right hand. The flashlight was not able to reach far, and all I could see were trees. I stood and listened for 5 or 10 minutes. The light flashed from tree to tree, but the steps had stopped. Shouting keeps them away. Shout with a loud and deep voice, and they will keep their distance. You want to seem like a big animal. I shouted from the depth of my lungs. Instantly, the steps returned. They were louder, heavier, faster. They came towards me from somewhere to the left. My flashlight searched for the source, but wherever I shone was nothing. Suddenly, I saw the large, brown body moving towards me. It flicked from one side to the other, rushed through trees. The huge stag jumped out so close to me that I felt the warm air of its body brush against my arm. It ran past my tent. Seconds later, he had disappeared again between the trees. The footsteps faded into the distance. For a few more minutes, I searched the area where the stag had come. I wondered whether it was my shout that upset it, or whether there might have been something else. With the flashlight in my hand and the stick at my side, I tried to read the book again. This time, my back leaned against the tent. I read a page, then read it again. Even when I read the page for a 3rd time, the words still refused to stay in my head. I gave up. I left my small collection of food in a plastic bag outside the tent. Then I myself crawled inside, pulled the zipper shut, made sure the knife was at my side, and closed my eyes. Nightmares. The whole night, just nightmares. Nightmares of something chasing me. Nightmares of someone catching me. Nightmares of someone cutting me open. Nightmares that ended with my death. But each time the imaginary world turned blank, I sank right into the next imaginary forest, right into the next chase. I woke up at 5 a.m. Birds were already singing, and through the thin plastic of the tent, I saw the first morning light. The uneven floor of the tent was uncomfortable. There were cold, hard lumps of soil under the plastic, but I was sure that I had cleared the space before I had set up the tent. For about half an hour, I tried to sleep. There was a stirring outside the tent. Some animal rummaging through the underwoods and shaking leaves. Something struck the tent. A loud, roaring moan. I sat up and slowly opened my pocket knife. The movement continued, more vigorously and loudly. Something repeatedly hit the ground. I was too focused on the stirring outside. I didn't notice the movement under the tent's floor until a dent grew right next to my leg. The dent in the plastic rose from the floor to nearly the height of my leg. I pulled my leg away. The dent stopped, shrunk a bit, and moved slowly under the plastic to my other leg. I quickly pulled my leg away, pulled the zipper of the tent open, and crawled out. There was a fawn on the floor right next to my food bag. Its head was in my direction. It made a faint huffing noise. I hesitated. I didn't want to get attacked by a deer for approaching its fawn. The fawn struggled to get up. I looked around, but I couldn't see its mother. I got on my feet to sneak away. I saw why the fawn was struggling. There were hands around its neck. 2 human hands with greyish skin. The hairy and dirty arms came right out of the ground. The fawn moaned. There was another hand holding its hind legs. The tent shook slightly, just slightly, but enough to make me understand. I jumped away just before the hand appeared from right under the tent. It brushed my heel, but I jumped just in time to escape. The fawn kicked again and tried to get up. The hand that attacked me disappeared under the soil. I saw the ground moving slightly, like 2 snakes under a black sheet moving in my direction. I ran past the fawn to get out of the forest. I rushed through the trees and back onto the meadow. Then I ran to the street. Only in my shorts, I waved to passing cars, but they all just drove by until I finally stood in the middle of the street. A large black car stopped in the distance. I ran towards it. The driver called the police. I'm not sure whether he did it because I begged him to, or because a screaming, half-naked man jumped up and down in front of his car. I explained what I saw, but I doubt that they believed me. The officers walked with me back to the forest. The fawn's body was ripped to pieces. Part of its leg was pulled into the ground. The neck was clearly broken. The hands were gone. The officer said that I would have to come with them. I asked to at least pack my belongings. They watched while I packed my sleeping bag and finally my tent. When I folded the tent, one of the officers gasped. He pointed to a small hole right below my tent. Inside the hole was a round, soft shape, a greyish object. It looked like a branch, if not for the wrist. They unearthed 3 bodies. They had all been cut open. I read the news articles. The people were identified as hitchhikers. 2 of them disappeared a year earlier, but the other one 2 years before that. Still, their bodies were in perfect condition. Some expert was quoted that the moist and clay-like soil preserved the bodies so well. As a witness, I had to stay in town for a week. The police paid the hotel for me. I was called in twice for questioning. The first time was on the day after my find, on Monday. On Monday, they only asked what I had seen, and when I described the hands coming from the ground, they told me not to invent supernatural stories. My story was dismissed as some sort of vivid nightmare. Their psychiatrists suggested that I must have seen or smelled the bodies, and that my mind created the rest of the story to warn me. On Friday, they asked me to come a second time. On Friday, they were suddenly very interested to hear my other stories. They wanted to know the details of what I had seen. This time, when I described the hands and how they had held the fawn and tried to grab my leg, they didn't stop me. They didn't doubt me. They didn't say it was just a nightmare. They just nodded and wrote it down. Afterwards, I talked to one of the officers. I asked him whether they had any hints as to what had happened. He said that they don't know, and that they likely will never figure it out. He said the whole situation was weird. He said that it was odd that the bodies should have been rotten, but were still in good condition. And, he said, there was fresh meat in their stomachs. I had to stay really late at work one night, and by the time I got out, it was very dark and very late. Usually, when I got to and from work, I take a slightly longer route and avoid the highway because of the traffic. That night, I decided that, because of the time, the highway would be a faster route. Since there'd be few cars and it was a shorter length, it just usually took longer because of traffic. The highway had a bit of a reputation. There were a lot of rumors about dead bodies in the woods that border it, satanic rituals, human sacrifices, and ghosts. You know, the usual sensational ghost story rumors. The only verifiable rumors I knew of were car accident deaths, though. Anyway, that night, the road was foggy and I had my high beams on, just to see past it. It made me a bit nervous because I was remembering all the crazy rumors. I wasn't a believer in superstition though, so I just reminded myself that the rumors were just that, rumors. Suddenly, I noticed a figure on the side of the road up ahead. It was a young woman in a long white dress and a shawl. I'd say in her early 20s. She looked worn out and she was signalling with her arms for me to pull over. I thought about not doing it, but I scolded myself and told me that if I was stuck on the road at 3 AM, I'd want someone to give me a hand. So I did. I asked her what she was doing, etc. She said that her car had spun out and went into the forest. Luckily she wasn't hurt, but she was frizzled and could really use a ride home. I smiled at her and told her to hop in and show me where her house was. The car ride was really nice. We laughed and talked. She told me her name was Amy Stone. We had a lot in common, and by the end of the night, it felt like we were friends. When I pulled into her house's driveway, I was almost disappointed, because it meant my time with her was over. I looked over at her, and something was a bit off. The way she looked at the house was with such sadness in her eyes. It confused me. She thanked me for the ride, said she hoped she'd see me again someday, and went into the house. I felt pretty good that I did a good deed for a girl in need, and so I headed home. The next morning, when I was leaving for work, I noticed that there was a woman's shawl in the front seat of my car. I remembered Amy from the night before and realized that she must have left it behind. After work was over, I decided to go to her house and drop it off. I walked up to the door and knocked. However, the woman who answered the door was not the young woman from the night before. The woman in front of me was at least 80. Her skin was sunken in, and she had bags under her eyes. She looked tired, worn out. Her veins were uncomfortably visible through her pale skin. She looked sad, to be honest. Maybe something bad had happened recently. I smiled at her. I figured that this woman must be her grandmother. "Hello, are you perhaps a relative of Amy's?" The woman simply stared at me. I explained to her that the night before I had given Amy a ride home, but that she left a shawl in my car and I came to return it. The old woman gave a deep frown and then closed the door in my face. It confused the daylights out of me. I knocked again, but there was no answer. I took the shawl and hopped back into my car and left for home. I tried to think of why she would react that way. The only thing I could think of is maybe she thought I was lying and was really trying to burgle her or something. The next day I had off from work, so I decided to try one more time to return the shawl. In all honesty, I think the thought of getting to see Amy again was secretly my main motivation. I drove to the house and knocked on the door. It took a few minutes, but soon the door opened and in front of me stood the young woman from the night before, Amy. I smiled brightly when I saw her. "Hi, I gave you a ride home the other night and I wanted to return your shawl to you," I told her. She looked me up and down and smiled warily. "Oh, right, thank you." She took the shawl and held it close to her. I waved dismissively from her thank you, telling her that it was no big deal. "I tried to drop it off yesterday, but you weren't here," I told her. She nodded. "Yeah, I had to go out." "That's fine," I said, "but an old woman, maybe she was your grandmother, answered the door while you were gone, and when I tried to return the shawl, she just closed it." Amy stared at me for a bit, her eyes wide, before finally speaking. "There is no old woman that lives with me." So this happened to me about a few months ago. I had just recently left AMA, against medical advice, from an inpatient drug rehab facility. It was in a small area in the state of Utah called Provo. I had been sent there after completing a 3-month wilderness program. I was originally supposed to be there for 2 weeks, then move on to a sober living situation. After about a month, I got sick and tired of it and decided to leave because I didn't feel it was necessary. Once I left the center, I immediately headed north in the direction of Salt Lake City. I walked for about an hour or so and asked for help from a few people. The ladies I spoke to were very sweet and gave me money, seeing that I was clearly now homeless. One of the ladies asked me where I was going, and at that point, I really wasn't sure. So I told her, anywhere is fine with me. So she said that I could tag along with her. We got onto a bus and travelled half an hour towards town. I think it was called Nepi. Upon getting her off the bus, I helped her with her bags to her home. I thanked her for the money, and that helping her with her bags was the least I could do. After she closed the door, I had no idea where I was. I'm from Florida and had never been to this part of Utah. I had no idea where I could find rides and decided to walk along the highway. I started to walk along the highway, and within 5 minutes, a car had pulled up. The general vicinity was known really well for Mormons who are always very nice, but the other types that aren't spoken much about to the general population are addicts. Anyway, I walked up to the car as the window was sliding down. "Hey man, need a ride? It's not a good idea to walk along the highway. You can get arrested for that." I said yes, without even taking a look at the side of the car, and not really catching a glimpse of the guy. As I opened the car and got in, I realized just how messy the car was. I looked over at the guy and began to think that I might have made a really bad mistake. The man was lanky, hair was a mess, and had a ton of scab marks on his face. He started driving and I began to get worried. What the hell was I thinking? I thought to myself. He began asking me questions, with the first one obviously being, "Where are you headed?" I still hadn't fully decided yet, and for some reason just blurted out the dumbest and strangest answer. "I'm going to Arizona." "What, like the state? You're a long way from there," he said, grinning eerily. Why did I say a different state? Still though, what the hell could I have possibly said after that to sound like I wasn't a homeless hitchhiker? Anyway, he made some small talk, and I was still trying to check out the car when all of a sudden I noticed something slightly poking out the far end of the seat. It could fit in someone's hand, and it was all black. I had noticed he only had his right hand on the steering wheel and had not moved his left hand from the side of his leg. Eventually, we got off the highway into some small and terrifying empty town. We were driving on the main street, and he was telling me that if I was really trying to get to Arizona, that I should go to a gas station just outside of town called the Flying J. I'd never heard of the place, but I figured, screw it, I'll just go there. We made a left when we got smack dab in the middle of this weird and eerie town and ended up pulling into a gas station. He told me to wait in the car and that he would be right back. I said okay nervously, and he got out. He walked toward the gas station store and began searching for something in particular. I'm not sure what, but I was trying to decide what to do, which I'm sure most of you would say, get the hell out of there. At this point, I'm slightly freaked out, and the curiosity got the better of me, and I tried to check out what the black object was. I started to pull on it, and immediately started crapping bricks when I fully got it out. It was a machete. I dropped it on the car floor and was overwhelmed with fear. What the hell was this guy planning? From reaching across the car, I was positioned in a way that I could see some of the back seat, behind the passenger seat too, and saw a few blades poking out some clothes, obviously trying to be hidden. Needless to say, I was freaked. I dipped out and ran straight to the main street and kept heading south behind buildings along the street. After a while of running for my life, I finally was out of breath and began walking. At this point, the town had ended, and I was on the outskirts and could see a different gas station. I decided to rest there for the night because, well, I had nowhere else to go. As the gas station got closer and closer, I heard a siren behind me. It was a police officer pulling to the side. He asked me where I was headed, and I explained everything. He said that it explained why they were getting calls about a man fitting that description being suspicious. He asked for some ID, and I told him I could only tell him my social security number because I didn't have any. He said he would keep an eye out, told me to be safe, and to get in contact with them if I had any problems. That would have been an okay answer if I wasn't homeless with no phone and no form of ID. Anyway, I got to the gas station and started asking truckers if they could take me anywhere. But for the first 4 hours, they all told me no, and it was for insurance purposes that they couldn't drive me anywhere. At this point, it was now about 2 a.m, and I felt pretty homeless. There was no way I was going anywhere. Then, a nice woman asked me where I was going, and I said I would pretty much go anywhere. She apologized and said that her and her husband couldn't take me, but there was bound to be a person who could, and that I should make a sign. So I just decided to look around the building, remembering from past jobs that I would usually put boxes in the outside back part of the store. As I was looking around for a box that could be a good size for a sign, I heard some rustling behind what looked like a generator. I had a really uneasy feeling and could feel eyes of someone pinned on me. Luckily, I actually did the smart thing and just grabbed a box and went back to the front of the gas station that was by the pumps. For the rest of the night, I would switch between going inside and trying to sleep in the room where the TV was with a bunch of seats, and sitting outside hoping someone would offer me a ride. At around 4 AM, I went outside to sit back down and hold the sign. The way I faced, the right side of me was where truckers would go and fill their tanks, so in front was the road. The lights would reach the street, but where the grass started, it was pitch black. At least, that's what I remember. Anyway, I could barely make out someone standing in the darkness, not moving. It creeped me the hell out. I could feel the piercing stare pinned on me, but I couldn't really make it out. I went back inside, sat down in the sort of lobby, and looked out the window. He was gone. Eventually, at around 6 AM, a man came up to me and offered me a ride to Phoenix, Arizona. I happily accepted, and he went to shower at the station, and we began walking. When we finally got to the truck, I hopped into the passenger side, and now I had a full view of the entire front and back of the store. As the trucker turned on the engine, I immediately started shaking. Behind the store, peeking out, head tilted and glaring at me, was the Machete Man. What the hell? I'm so glad someone took me with them. Nobody would have found me if this guy took me. My parents didn't know where I would be, or be going, and I probably would be in his basement right now if I decided to leave that flying J. If you are interested in the weird and wonderful, then you might already be familiar with a strange case of the Uist mummies. Discovered in 2001, the mummified remains of two ancient residents of the Scottish island of South Uist have perplexed and puzzled archaeologists ever since they were unearthed. Buried deep in the ground of that remote corner of the developed world, the most recent scientific data estimates that both corpses were placed there over 3,000 years ago. Their skeletons were found to have been contorted into an unnatural fetal position, and the photos, which appeared in the national newspapers at the time, were enough to make anyone uneasy. It was said that such a deliberately manipulated pose was common in ancient burials, but it was clear during those first few weeks of the excavation that one of the bodies was anything but common. The archaeologists exhuming the corpses placed great importance on the burial being the first concrete indication that the ancient people of the British Isles did indeed mummify their dead. This has created quite the stir in the academic community ever since. As we speak, the hunt to find the estimated hundreds, if not thousands, of similarly preserved dead ancients dotting the land beneath our feet continues. After some preliminary tests were performed on the remains, it became apparent that both bodies had been immersed for at least a year in an acidic material shortly after death. This led to speculation that they had been mummified by being steeped in a nearly peat bog for some time. A blackened, swamp-like piece of wetland formed through centuries of accumulating rotten plants and animals. They were then left above ground, perhaps to be paid tribute to, or act as a warning to others for hundreds of years for some hideous crime. Both bodies had been remarkably well preserved, and it was estimated by the archaeological team on hand that they had probably been stored in a primitive hut or house structure for much of their time above ground. Why this occurred is anyone's guess, but it has been argued that the bodies were of ceremonial importance. Perhaps a priest class lived alongside the seemingly immortalized bodies for an unknown ritualistic purpose, before finally concealing them in a stone coffin made of uneven slabs beneath the ground, not before removing a tooth from each jaw and placing them in the palms of their clenched fists. A curious practice indeed. The fact that the steeping of the bodies in the peat bog had led to the preservation of both corpses excited the researchers. They believed that there was every possibility that some DNA might have been protected from thousands of years of rotting beneath the earth. This could be used to trace the ancestry of the individuals, and so the difficult process of extracting genetic material from the remaining flesh began. It was during this process that one of the scientists, a Dr. M. Greeley, noticed something amiss with one of the cadavers. How something so obvious could have been initially overlooked was the source of much debate among the research team, but there seemed to be no doubt. One of the mummified corpses was not technically a solitary person. It was composed of body parts from a number of once living individuals. At first, this was amused to be pure chance, that perhaps the area had been an ancient cemetery housing numerous cadavers and had become a mixed bag of body parts as they rotted, tossed around by the elements above and below ground level. This, however, was vehemently denied by Dr. Greeley. She was absolutely convinced that the mummified body was deliberately cobbled together from various corpses for some unknown reason. Regardless of who was correct, the research team concluded unanimously that the body was mostly that of a 40-year-old man, comprised of, at the very least, an arm, part of a leg, and a few ribs coming from the other sources, with the jaw and lower teeth certainly that of an elderly woman. DNA identification of other body parts was unfortunately impossible. Dr. Greeley initially argued that the remains must have been pieced together in a ritual where body parts were offered to the whole skeleton for some reason, perhaps as a way to cement alliances between tribes, or to lay claim to land where the cadaver was buried, much in the same way that marriage was often used to bring two groups together. But as her investigation became more time-consuming, the outlandish natures of her claims increased. After poring over the data and performing her own tests on the corpse for several months, she petitioned the academic research team involved to publish her conclusions. There was much resistance within the group, and it was decided that Dr. Greeley had either lost her mind or was not the excellent researcher they had believed her to be. She was suspended from the research project for an indefinite period and asked to rethink her assertions. But she would not, could not let them go. Before being escorted from the laboratory where the mummified remains were being stored, she was informed of the proposals to remove her from the project by a sympathetic colleague. With little time to act, Dr. Greeley gathered up all her research notes and pocketed the jawbone of the mummy, which she had removed carefully for analysis, before the head of the research team entered the laboratory with a security guard and asked her to leave the premises immediately. Racked by guilt at their colleague's dismissal, 2 members of the research team maintained contact with Dr. Greeley over the following 4 months, exchanging emails and even some ideas about the origins of the corpse. They all sympathized with her predicament, although they never would back up her conclusions publicly. They just seemed too outrageous. Even though some believed that the evidence did indeed suggest her beliefs were correct, no one was willing to put their name to a paper stating that the corpse, that 3,000-year-old cobbled together collection of bones from different bodies, had at one point walked about, had lived as a single functioning human being. No, while Dr. Greeley had found preliminary evidence that the bones could have been attached to one another by cartilage, tendons and muscle, there must have been some bizarre contamination of the result. It just couldn't have been true. That thing could never have been alive. And so, she was on her own. And on her own she stayed. But while some amongst her ex-colleagues claimed that Greeley was quite mad, she didn't seem delusional. She didn't, for example, run to the press. No, she valued her career as a scientist and made it clear during conversations that she had to make sure that her conclusions were irrefutable, that the research team had not been justified in their reservations. It was for that reason she sank all of her money, time, and resources into finding another burial site on the island of South Uist. If she couldn't gain access to that bizarre corpse, she would find her own to study, one which would hopefully lead to further evidence for her hypothesis. She was hopeful that an even better preserved body could be found, one which would show conclusively that the bones of different people had somehow been stitched or grafted together thousands of years ago and walked the earth. Dr. Greeley hired a team of historians to help her identify locations which potentially contained early Bronze Age settlements. Those areas were then assessed at great cost by a freelance geophysical survey team, probing the ground for possible chambers or stone coffins hidden beneath, keeping those she was closest to abridged of her progress. It appeared that she had indeed finally found another burial site, and was confident that its construction matched that of the first tomb. Having spent all of her savings just to find the site, she did not have enough money left to hire a group of archaeologists to excavate any remains which might have been hidden there. For this reason, Dr. Greeley undertook the back-breaking work of digging for proof herself. The phone calls and emails that she had been sending to her colleagues diminished over time, and it did indeed seem that she was slowly succumbing to obsessive behavior and perhaps even a debilitating mental illness, ranting about bits and pieces walking around at night, disturbing my work. A month later, the body of a woman was found washed up on Kilfeder Beach, South Uist. The remains were identified as belonging to Dr. Greeley, but it was argued that that was impossible. She had been officially missing for just a few weeks, but the forensic investigation suggested that the body had been submerged in a peat bog for at least a year. Furthermore, the nature of Dr. Greeley's injuries caused much shock throughout the academic community, no more so than from those she had worked alongside excavating the original South Uist mummies. Her corpse was found exposed and naked as the tide moved out, curled up rigidly in a fetal position. Her jaw had been removed with measured precision, and in her clenched fist lay a tooth, the origin of which has yet to be identified. My dog won't stop staring at me. Sounds like a trivial problem, I know. Just ignore her, or block her view, or shift location. But after weeks and weeks on end, I finally had enough of it. And having that creeping sensation come over your skin, that feeling that you're surely being watched, I guarantee that you'd have had enough too. She's a small dog. A little mixed breed named Ruby I picked up by chance one afternoon. I was particularly bummed out driving home from the doctor's office when they confirmed that the throbbing, burning ache in my shoulder was enough to take me out of the sport I loved, lacrosse, which is what got me to my school in the first place on scholarship. And now I was out of the game, maybe for the whole season. And when I saw those big, black eyes peering out at me from the dog shelter, I figured I could use a companion. At first, her gaze seemed nice, even a bit cute. But now, I can't get those eyes off of me, no matter what I do. It started not long after I brought her home. I'd already been warned that it'll take a dog a few days to get acclimated to its new surroundings. But luckily, she was already house-trained, and my apartment is carpeted, so no risk of clawing up the floor. And it turned out, she's a rather easygoing dog. I lived on the first floor, so she can go outside when she likes. But more often, she's in the living room with me, lounging around in a dog bed, or next to me on the couch when I'm doing my homework or surfing the web. Even when I'm gone, she isn't destructive, and, to my surprise, hasn't chewed or slobbered or peed on anything in my absence. She's usually well behaved like that. But then, the staring began. For a few days, I dismissed it as nothing. After all, she was new to this place and I thought she just craved attention, being stuck in that shelter for God knows how long. Most of the time after her staring, she'd wait patiently for me to pat the couch cushion, giving her permission to jump up and curl next to me. I figured the staring was her way of asking for things. When I wasn't in the room with her, she would frantically begin to sniff and search for me all over the apartment, as if I'd abandoned her, whining quietly. The noise began to get on my nerves, so I started sending her outside. This place didn't come with a big backyard, but it was fenced and a decent size for a small dog, so I'd let her out and run around. And again, at first, that's what she did. Rolled on her back, did her business, pawed the grass, and all that stuff dogs usually do. But sooner or later, I'd find her an inch away from the sliding glass door, her big, wet eyes begging to be let back in. And so I would, with some unease. She seemed to spend less and less time out there, using it only to go to the bathroom, and wanted to have more and more time with me. I've never liked the feeling of being watched. As far back as I can remember, I've hated having that sickly, creepy crawling sensation that I'm not alone. And even when she was in the other room, I swear I could feel it. Her whining turned to plaintive wails, and little doggy howls every minute I was out of her sight. Like I said, I'm living here on my own and I tried not to let it bother me. Even when she moved from sleeping at the foot of the bed to practically right up against me, Even as I lay there, trying to sleep, she would just stare and stare. I thought maybe her former owners were abusive, or that they didn't show her any affection. When I took her to get the shots she needed, I even asked the veterinarian, but she shrugged it off as being normal dog behaviour, possibly just a little more clingy than most. "She just wants to be close to you," the vet told me. "A lot of dogs stare. It's not uncommon." Maybe she was right. The retriever in the waiting room seemed to gaze unending at me too. Like I said, I never liked that feeling, so I tried to accept that some dogs' behaviours might just be weird that way. And yet, as time went on, I couldn't shake the feeling that the staring had become more intense, somehow. Like she was looking really deeply at me. That was when I started to get annoyed. Sure, she's just a dog, but why would she incessantly need to look at me like that? It didn't matter if she was yards across the room or right behind me on the sofa. Her giant, forlorn-looking eyes bore holes through me. It was unnerving. I started to move around, positioning my laptop so that when she was on the floor or in a doggy bed, I couldn't see her. But call me crazy, I swear I could feel her staring at me. To make matters worse, the crying turned into full-on barking whenever we weren't together. I'd send her outside for a while, but she just sat at the front step waiting to be let back in. It's not that I didn't care about my dog anymore. I just couldn't get a break from the constant pleading eyes. And so, I decided to willfully ignore her. I still filled her bowls with food and water, still let her out to the yard and back in, even left her a treat every now and then. But otherwise, I didn't want to be around her. It didn't help that I was now spending a lot more time at home. Watching my college team play without me had grown more than a little miserable, and finally I just stopped showing up. The doctor thought it might be my rotator cuff, and other than some physical therapy exercises and icing it, there was nothing more to be done for it. It wasn't bad enough for surgery, but not well enough for me to go back to lacrosse, at least for now. The aspirin didn't seem to touch it, so not only was I home a lot more, but I was in significant pain when my left shoulder started acting up. And there was my dog, Ruby, just staring away like it was her goal in life to annoy me. Last night, I'd finally had enough. "Go outside," I shouted, sliding open the glass door with my good arm. The dog meekly trotted onto the steps and sat down. "Good, and stay there." I closed her out and walked away, agitated and with my shoulder twitching painfully, still knowing that she was watching me through the damn door. Her wide, soulful eyes followed me down the hall, and even when I was in my living room, at an angle from the backyard and out of view completely, I didn't feel alone. I could sense her looking at me. I went to the fridge and got a beer, and then another, and it was a couple more before I finally realized how late it had gotten, and that I had left Ruby outside for so long on a chilly night. I was actually feeling sorry for her as I walked over, a little tipsy, to retrieve my dog. I mean, she's just an animal. It's what they do, right? But sure enough, when I got there, I found her looking directly into my eyes through the glass door. It must have been the beer, but I could swear those eyes looked almost human, and they wouldn't stop staring. I flung open the door in anger so hard it hit the edge and nearly slid back, and grabbed Ruby by the collar, dragging her inside and shutting it behind me. "Stop this. Do you understand me? Why do you have to always stare at me?" Later, when I'd sobered up, I realised how ridiculous this whole thing must have seemed. Me shouting drunk demands at a small dog. But I'd had it with her completely. Her eyes answered back with a mournful glaze. That was it. "You sleep here tonight, understand? You made me do this." I practically threw her into the hard metal crate I'd gotten at the shelter, lined at the bottom with a dingy old basket, which I'd never made her sleep the whole night in. I knew she didn't like the crate, but I took a kind of perverse glee in the fact, and she let out an unhappy whine as I fastened the crate door shut, her eyes still darting to meet mine. I ignored her occasional cries and went back to my beer, which to my disappointment did very little to ease the sharp pains in my shoulder. I'd probably end up back at the doctor's at this rate. Knowing I would have to pass a crate to get to my bedroom, I admit I stalled a little, tidying up the room and tossing out the empty bottles, but eventually I had to face it. Without giving Ruby or the crate so much as a glance, I walked down the hall, shut the bedroom door, and gingerly got into my bed. Maybe I was wrong to get a dog after all. I would have to think on it more when I was sober and address the problem in the morning, maybe with another visit to the vet. Maybe she was just sick. I mean, I have no idea why a dog would act this way. Ruby glared as best she could as soon as her master entered her field of vision, but her human seemed wobbly and unhappy with her. Upon their shuffling to the kitchen, she whimpered softly and drew herself back towards the corner of the crate. Her owner didn't even take a moment to look over at her. The entity behind them, however, did. She was always trying to break it down, to make it leave her master alone, but it would only sink its claws deeper into their shoulder and tighten its grip. And so the entity spread its ropey black lips and flashed the dog rows of smiling needle teeth, trailing, as it always did, directly behind her master. Things have simply not been the same for Dalton Whitworth since the carriage accident. Colours are not as vivid, music not nearly as pleasurable. Every meal he consumes is bland and leaves an unsavoury aftertaste. Days filled with sunlight are no longer warm, enjoyable experiences. On the contrary, he finds the light to be oppressive, causing his eyes, head, and neck to be in a constant state of discomfort and torment. Dalton had previously enjoyed these simple pleasures in his life, even as recently as last month, until the accident that took away his beloved Rachel. Now, he feels as if he spends all his effort avoiding everything. He dreads having to eat yet another tasteless dinner. He stays indoors as much as possible, only daring to venture out long enough to acquire the necessities for survival. He goes out of his way to avoid human contact. Even though his circle of acquaintances showed great care and sympathy for him upon the loss of his wife, he would much prefer to be left alone now. If by chance he encountered a familiar face in public, he knew the conversation would invariably turn toward his tragic experience, forcing him to relive the nightmare. he would again see in his mind the spooked horse on its hind legs, the carriage jolting harshly, Rachel letting out the briefest of screams as she is thrown from a seated position atop the open-air coach, the cobblestone pavement, the blood pooling under her lifeless form, his helpless inability to alter the outcome. Dalton cannot bear these images any longer, and he is frightened of closing his eyes for fear of being accosted once again by these horrific visions. He passes the days in his apartment reading by dim gaslight anything he can get his hands on. Novels, textbooks, newspapers and other periodicals, packaging for common household products. Anything that will help him to escape. When he is not reading, he extinguishes the gaslight and sits in his armchair near the only window in his tiny quarters. He pulls back the heavy, dense curtain, just enough for one eye to ingest the world outside. He is careful not to allow an overabundance of sunlight into the dark room. People outside go about their happy lives, content and oblivious to the dark matters that one who has suffered a loss must endure. On one particular morning, when Dalton awoke, he was immediately confronted with an old sensation. Something wasn't quite right. He was in the habit of standing at the foot of his bed every morning and facing the mirror as he dressed. He did so to this day as well, but with the exception that the image being reflected did not appear as it had on other days. He wasn't able to pinpoint its inaccuracy until he attempted to button his jacket, the same jacket he wore most days. This day, the button second from the top was no longer visible in his reflection. This had never been the case before, and Dalton was uncertain of how such a discrepancy might have occurred. Have I grown shorter overnight? Has the mirror been raised on the wall? Nonsense. These options were impossible. All throughout the day, as Dalton made his way around the apartment, his rhythm seemed to be off. After years of living in the same rooms, amongst the same unmoved furnishings, one develops a sense of rhythm to their comings and goings. 8 steps to the armchair, 5 more to the front door, a slight inward turn of the left foot while entering the bedroom, lest one toes be stubbed on the protruding dresser again. These are all subconscious, of course. There is no actual counting or calculation involved, but the human mind takes note of these nuances internally and builds its map of the landscape. Movements are subliminally adjusted to achieve the utmost efficiency, to the point where it is possible to flawlessly navigate the surroundings, even in complete darkness. Dalton was not in complete darkness, and yet he continued to stumble throughout the day. The sides of his shoes bumped corners of walls. He approached the bookshelf from his armchair in 7 steps instead of 8. His top hat grazed the overhead gas lamp in the main hallway. At dinner, he slid his chair out from under the table, to the point that it was touching the wall, and yet he was still barely able to squeeze himself between the table and chair in order to sit for his meal. Later that night, after he finished reading in the dim light, he reached up to extinguish the lamp and clumsily jammed his finger against the brass fixture. It hadn't been so close last night, he thought, while rubbing the pain away. Sleep did not come easy that night. Dalton tossed and turned in a feverish heat of sounds and images in his mind. The horse neighing loudly as it bolted away. Rachel helplessly tumbling from the side of the accelerating carriage. Dalton lying next to her on the ground, calling her name, trying to rouse her, fighting his tears. The following morning, Dalton noted his red eyes and the dark circles underneath them as he dressed in the mirror. However, This was not the only startling revelation. As he buttoned his coat, he also noticed that the top button was no longer visible in the viewing pane. A rush of adrenaline flowed through his body, leaving him with a brief pain in his chest and a sweat beginning to emerge on his brow. He took a step back, but it was not enough to bring the button into view. One more step backward, and he stumbled against the footrail of his bed. This can't be. Am I going mad? He pondered. He became lightheaded and was overwhelmed with the urge to sit. He made his way down the hall to the armchair and fell into its velvety comfort. After a time of rest and catching his bearings, Dalton proceeded to the bookshelf. He could have sworn it only took 6 steps this time, to pursue for an item to read. Once he selected his book, he settled into the chair once more to immerse himself in a world far from his own. Dalton awoke abruptly. He had no idea how long he had slumbered in his reading chair. The remaining light in the apartment was dim, and one quick glance behind the thick curtain revealed a deep, indigo dusk sky. To his astonishment, Dalton realized that he passed out for the bulk of the daylight hours unconscious. He had even forgotten that he had been reading until he found the book face down on the floor next to the armchair. He arose from the chair and stumbled a bit, still unstable from his lengthy nap. Upon making his way to the bedroom, he nearly ran full steam into the wall at the end of the hallway. He had reached the end a full 3 paces sooner than before. Suddenly, he felt fully awake. His annoyance at this scenario having grown to its peak, he decided to investigate further, to prove once and for all that he wasn't going completely stark raving mad. He retrieved a broomstick and laid it on the floor with its end touching the wall. He marked the other end with his finger tightly pressed against the floor, and then slid the stick forward until aligning it with his marking finger. Repeating this process all down the corridor, he determined that it took 6 full lengths of the broomstick, with a remaining space of about 10 inches, the last portion he estimated in his mind, to reach the front door. He noted this dimension on the inside cover of the book he'd picked up off the floor and vowed to measure again soon. Before going to bed that evening, Dalton paused to have a look at his reflection in the mirror once more. He stood with the back of his calves touching the footboard of the bed. He almost broke down in tears when he saw the sickly man in the reflection, a shadow of the man he was before losing Rachel. Aside from his startling visage, he also took note of the truncated image. Now, his face was only visible down to the chin. No neckline, no buttons on his coat. He reached his arms out before him and was able to touch the wall with his fingertips, something never before possible, as the wall had always been a good 7 feet away from the foot of the bed. Defeated, he hung his head, removed his outer clothing, and crawled into bed, hoping to sleep indefinitely, not minding if he never woke again. But awaken he did. He had slept soundly all night long, only stirring momentarily when thoughts of the accident attempted to encroach on his dreams. It was morning light now, and the first thing Dalton noticed was something pressed against his bare foot. Still in a fog, he bent his already stiff neck downward to catch a glimpse of what it was that had come into contact with him. A swell of panic and fear overtook him, and he determined that it was the wall with a mirror on it, pressed all the way up against the footrail of his bed. Dalton jolted his neck the opposite way to see the space behind the headboard. It was still snugly against the opposing wall. His heart raced with dread at this unexplainable event. His mind did not know how to process this information. He exited the bed on the left side and squeezed past the pressing walls and through the doorway into the hall. After retrieving the measuring broomstick, he employed it to measure the hallway a second time. His hand shook, but he was careful to line up the stick accurately at each interval. Upon reaching the front door, he nearly fainted to find that he'd only counted 4.5 lengths of the stick. "What is happening to me?" he cried out to no one as he collapsed onto the floor. He sobbed openly, not only because of the strange predicament, but also for his current condition and for Rachel, who had brought such peace and contentment to his life just a month prior. Oh, how things could change so quickly. After regaining his composure, Dalton was overwhelmed with a desire to flee, to get out of that oppressive apartment, even if only temporarily. As much as the idea frightened him, he decided to pass the daylight hours outdoors. Where exactly he would go, he did not know yet. He picked himself up off the floor, found his hat and overcoat, and made his way to the front door, noting how it took fewer steps to approach it. Dalton walked along the cobblestone path through town. He stared at the ground as he walked, hoping that no one would try to speak to him or even make eye contact. No one did. Turning the corner near a leather tanning shop, he had to divert his path as the store owner came bursting from the front door of the shop and threw a bucket of wastewater onto the street, nearly wetting Dalton's shoes. How completely rude and insensitive, Dalton thought, though he did not speak to the man. He continued on toward an area free of businesses, buildings, and the commotion of life. A park-like area with benches, a pond, and trees displaying their colourful autumn foliage. Dalton sat on the nearest park bench upon entering the clearing. It was relatively calm and peaceful, since it was mid-morning on a weekday. The only other patrons were a mother feeding ducks in the pond with her toddler son, an elderly gentleman sitting on a bench opposite Dalton reading a newspaper, and the occasional passerby on their way to more important things. Dalton sat and observed until he felt his eyelids getting heavy. The breeze and the silence lulled him. The cloud cover was a thick grey blanket preventing any harsh sunlight, much to Dalton's delight. Even so, it was unseasonably warm, which only furthered his sleepiness. As he was on the verge of crossing the threshold into dream territory, he saw a woman in a pink dress pass by in front of him. He was startled and followed her with his eyes as she approached the pond. Jolting to full alertness, Dalton's heart began to pound as his mind guided him towards this inevitable thought. My God, she looks just like Rachel. He could feel his pulse throbbing in his neck. He stood and slowly approached the woman from behind. When he was standing just adjacent to her, he mustered the courage to speak. "Rachel?" he asked in almost a whisper, his voice weak and quivering. The woman turned and looked him directly in the eye. It's her? By God, it's her, he thought. Dalton! Her voice was filled with relief and longing. as if the wife of a military man being reunited with her husband after long months apart. They immediately embraced, Rachel's head pressed tightly into Dalton's shoulders. They both wept. Dalton repressed the confusion in his mind of how this could be possible. It didn't matter to him. His precious wife had returned to him, and he wanted to revel in that fact. Plausibility be damned. The longer the embrace lingered, the more Dalton noticed the heaviness of Rachel leaning on him, the slackness of her body. Soon it felt to Dalton as if he were supporting her entire weight. She had gone completely limp in his arms. Still holding the embrace, they collapsed to the ground together, Dalton attempting to ease his wife's descent. It wasn't until they reached the ground that her head fell away from his shoulders, revealing the truth. Dalton recoiled in horror upon seeing the decaying face of his once lovely bride. Her eye sockets were sunken and deep, her jaw slacked open to an impossibly wide angle. Her complexion was grey and flecked with dry, cracked areas. Her hair, previously beautiful and one of Dalton's favourite features about her, was now thin and stringy, matted to the shape of her head. Rachel's lifeless body fell away onto the stone walkway as Dalton pulled his arms away in disgust. He felt the pain of losing her all over again, fresh as the day it first happened. Dalton jolted awake to find himself sitting on the park bench. He nervously looked around to see if anyone had noticed his startling awakening. He hoped that he had not screamed out in his sleep. He was relieved to find that there was no one around. The woman with the young boy, gone. The old man reading the paper, gone. The sky was a much darker shade of grey. The clouds had thickened to the point that it appeared it may rain at any moment. How long had he been sitting there? What felt like minutes could possibly have been hours. As Dalton stood to make his way back to his apartment, the first raindrops began to fall. He was thoroughly soaked as he stood in front of his apartment door and fumbled with the key. In his haste, he dropped it into a puddle, then bent over to retrieve it. Once he finally managed the lock, he pushed the door open, but was dumbfounded when it hit a hard object after having only opened up a third of the way. He backed the door up a few inches and pushed again with the same result. Dalton turned sideways and stuck his head and right shoulder into the dark foyer in an attempt to observe the obstruction. Pressed firmly against the door was his favourite velvety armchair. "This is madness," he said out loud, still standing in the soaking deluge. He took several steps back out into the street. The building appeared no different on the outside. He returned to the doorway and pushed hard enough to slide the chair a small amount, just enough to squeeze through and into his apartment. What he found was completely astonishing. The size of the space inside had diminished to the point that the furniture was gathered in the center of the room, walls pressing in on all sides. He'd had to remove his hat and crouch down, lest his head hit the ceiling. There was no need for Dalton to measure in order to confirm his suspicions. The room was so small now that he could not even walk through it without stepping over furnishings that had once been placed feet apart from one another. The hallway was practically non-existent, and he reached his bedroom in only 3 steps, turning sideways to squeeze between its walls. He had to step up onto his bed as he crossed the threshold into the room. The walls touched the bed on all sides, and the mirror had fallen onto the foot of his bed, face down. Dalton sat on his bed and turned the mirror over. He did not recognize the man staring back at him. Pale, gaunt, sickly, haunted. Not knowing what else to do, he lay on his bed and waited. Waited for what? He didn't know exactly. For the walls to consume him, he supposed. For the ceiling to drop down and crush the last breath from his lungs. He was ready. He was resigned. There was a rumbling when the walls and ceiling shifted again. This was the first time Dalton had witnessed the movement himself. It was alarming at first, but he knew it was inevitable. He accepted the dust that flaked onto his face as the ceiling dropped inches more. He welcomed it even. The head and footboards of his bed cracked and splintered as they buckled under the pressure from the wall on either side. The gaslight fixture mounted on the ceiling touched the mattress next to him. He held the mirror flat against his chest. There was no longer room enough to stand it upright. More rumbling. The mattress bent and formed a tomb around Dalton. He closed his eyes and waited. He waited until he lost consciousness and all was black. Dalton's eyes slowly opened. He was enveloped in complete darkness. He felt groggy and his head was pounding. It took several minutes for him to come out of the fog, but once he did, it was as if he hadn't felt this clear-minded in quite some time. He was alive. Not only that, but he wanted to live. He felt the energy of revitalized life flowing through him. Memories came rushing back. In his mind's eye, he saw a lovely day with Rachel. He saw them mounting a carriage together after their evening meal at DuPont's Bristow. He saw the spooked horse rear up. He remembered the severe jolting of the carriage. He saw his wife plummeting to the ground. He saw himself also falling harshly onto the pavement stones, his head slamming against them violently. Everything after that was blackness. Dalton was barely able to move. When he finally regained a small amount of control over his limbs, he felt around for his surroundings. He was lying on his back on something plush and soft. His hands found the edge of his confines quickly. They were soft, satin-like walls up against his shoulders and inches from his face. The ceiling directly in front of him felt as if it had an arc shape to it. Awakening further, he determined that he could not move his body beyond this position, as he was lying in a depression that fit snugly against him. The air was thick and musty, barely breathable. It hurt his lungs to inhale it too deeply. Sweat formed on his brow as he realized the extent of his environment. Panic set in. "No!" he yelled, using up some of the remaining stale air inside. "I'm not dead!" He banged his fist against the lid as best he could within the limited space, but it only created a muffled thud on the soft interior. Dalton screamed and began sobbing. When he tried to take more air into his lungs, it felt like someone had placed a pillow over his face. He was laboured to inhale again. Approximately 6 feet above him was a marker which bore 2 names: Rachel A. Whitworth on the left side and Dalton G. Whitworth on the right side. Below each was inscribed a date of birth and a date of death, the dates of death being identical. In between the names was chiseled into the stone. Together in life, together in death. Two days after the burial, two lone mourners, co-workers of Dalton's, visited the gravesite to place flowers. They stood in their top hats and overcoats, staring solemnly at the headstone. It's a shame he didn't recover from his coma, one grieving man said to the other. Indeed, the second man responded. I do wonder though, said the first co-worker. Do you suppose someone in that state knows? I mean, are they capable of thinking or dreaming? After some thought, the second man dismissed the idea. Nah, I doubt it. But Dalton Whitworth, if he were here today, would beg to differ. Yes, he would say, we are capable of thinking and dreaming, and it is as vivid as life itself. Maybe you've seen what I've seen. Probably you haven't. But just maybe you have. Either way, I know what I've seen. And that's what matters most, as far as I'm concerned. Believe what you will. I've never cared about that part of things before. I know it's out there. And you should too. In case it decides you're next. I have no recollection of when the first time I saw it was. As far as I can remember, it was always there. I do know that it first started while living with my grandparents, but actually nailing down when its first appearance was is a bit difficult. We, my sister and I, were taken into state custody when I was 4, and were finally returned to our mother a month after my 10th birthday. I can honestly say, those years were probably the best of my childhood. But everything has a price, and the price for those years of bliss always came at night. I remember the first time I saw it. I was woken out of a dead sleep one night. I couldn't figure out what woke me, and I sort of laid there in a groggy stupor, trying to gain my bearings. I quickly noticed the urge to pee, so I got up, walked the 5 steps or so it took to go from my bedroom to the bathroom, and did my business. As I returned to my bedroom, I froze in the doorway. I scanned my room. A feeling of dread slowly welling up inside my small child frame. Seeing nothing out of the ordinary, I shrugged it off and climbed back into bed. See, I've always had the habit of falling asleep to horror movies or scary shows, usually Tales from the Crypt. So I chalked it up to a vividly wild imagination and that damned crypt keeper. As the toilet ceased filling its tank and the hissing of running water died out and eventually went mute, I noticed a distinct tapping noise. It sounded like a dog's nail on hardwood floor, except the dogs were all asleep in the front yard and our floors were carpeted. I was shaken by the noise for a second, but quickly tried to reason in my young mind that I was hearing things, all fueled by my addiction to scary stuff. So I pulled my pillow over my head and tried to go back to sleep. That's when the tapping got louder and its tone changed. It no longer sounded like dog nails and hardwood. It sounded like fingernails tapping on glass. And it sounded like it was coming from above me, coming from my bedroom window. Tentatively, I pulled the pillow from my head and slowly shifted my gaze to the window. What I saw chilled me to the bone. Red eyes glared at me from the other side of the window, malevolence bleeding from them like a stuck pig. Sharp fangs lined a pair of lips that were pulled back like a snarling tiger. Its face was covered with short black fur, and it had a pair of twisted horns sprouting from its forehead. I could make out the shadow of huge, leathery wings coming off its back. When it caught my stare, its snarl quickly shifted to the most evil grin I could possibly fathom. I was paralyzed as soon as I made eye contact, and in my head, I could hear a strange, deep, gravelly voice speaking to me, but the language I didn't and still don't know. All I know is it sounded ancient and felt cruel. I don't know how long we stayed that way, but all of a sudden, I was able to break my stare and immediately screamed like a little girl. "John, John, what's wrong?" my grandmother pleaded with me when she entered my room. I just sat there, blubbering like a baby, pointing at my window, and occasionally letting out an indecipherable squeak as I struggled to retain my composure and remember how to speak. "The devil is on the roof," I was finally able to say. Now, before I continue, I must explain. I've always been agnostic. I absolutely believe there is a higher power, though I refuse to label it, him, her, they with any conventional names. A name is simply a way to identify someone, and we should be able to identify the higher power on a spiritual level. Just my belief. I do not believe in the devil, just a scapegoat for the ugly side of humanity. Again, just my belief. "The devil is on the roof," I repeated after Grandma gave me a quizzical look. "John, you were dreaming. I keep telling you to stop watching those stories before bed. This is why. You just had a very vivid nightmare is all." I wanted so badly to believe Grandma, but I knew what I had seen. Still, I laid back down, and Grandma sat in there with me until I was asleep again. I woke up to a bright morning, and no more incidents. The next night, I'm lying in bed, watching, you guessed it, Tales from the Crypt, when I hear the tapping again. This time, I know it's not a nightmare, and I still haven't fallen asleep yet. I tried to ignore it, but the tapping got increasingly louder the longer I resisted. I was afraid the damn thing was going to break the window, and in my fear, I quickly glanced toward the window. As soon as my eyes landed upon its horrible visage, I was frozen in place again. This time, the voice either spoke in English or it gave me some way to understand it, but I clearly heard it say, "Come with me. You have been forsaken. We will never forsake you." We? Who the heck is we? I thought to myself. "We are many. We are one. We are here for you, and we aren't leaving without you," it responded. And that's when I realized it could hear my thoughts. "We can do more than just hear your thoughts. We can watch your memories. We can taste your fear." And with that, I felt a horrid pain in my head. My vision flared stark white, shifted to bright crimson, and finally faded to black as I lost consciousness. I awoke lying on the floor in the fetal position, although the last I could remember, I had been laying on my back in my bed, having a telepathic conversation with what I truly believed to be a demon. I was soaked in sweat and was shivering uncontrollably. I pulled myself off the floor and wobbled to the bathroom. I stripped out of my sweat-drenched clothes, climbed in a shower, and just let the hot water run over me, warming my still chilled flesh and bones. I didn't feel like me. It's hard to explain, but I was an energetic, happy, exuberant little boy. That morning, however, I felt a dark, brooding energy hanging over me. I didn't want to be around people, and even though it was starting to terrify me at night, I didn't want to leave my bedroom all that day. This continued nightly. Every night, I would either be awoken or summoned to look by a persistent tapping at my window, and when I finally would look, I'd get locked into the trance-like state that instigated our mental exchanges, and every day I'd become more and more introverted. One particular hot summer night, I woke up to an entirely new sound. The tapping had been replaced by a scratching sound. As I slowly opened my eyes, I felt a draft come through my open window. Who opened my window? And then I remembered. I remembered my grandma coming into my room and saying how hot it was. I remembered begging her not to open the window, and her begrudgingly agreeing to leave it closed. She must have opened it when I fell asleep, and the scratching continued, louder, closer to my head. "Come with me," the gravelly voice, but this time it was audible. I hadn't looked toward my window, using every ounce of willpower I could muster in the hopes of avoiding that trance-like state. But the shock of actually hearing that voice with my own ears was enough to snap my head around out of surprise. My eyes immediately fixating upon this beast that tormented me nightly. It opened its mouth, and a barbed, forked tongue slithered out and flicked the air like a snake. It reached an unproportioned, sinewy arm covered in short, black bristles through my window and tried to grab at me. In the process, it broke our stare, and I was able to look from the window and move my body again. As I lunged off my bed and toward the door, one of its razor-sharp claws sunk deep into the meat of my shoulder. I screamed out in sheer agony as its claw tore through skin and muscle, splashing blood across my bedding and one of the walls. Grandma came running to my room, opened the door, and froze. I don't know if it was the blood, the beast, a combination of the two, or something else entirely, but she too let out a scream. I heard the hard flap of leathery wings and felt a hard breeze push against my back from the window. Grandpa arrived at my bedroom door, glanced around the room, saw the gore on the bed and wall, and immediately had me up in his arms, rushing me to the truck and then rushing to the hospital. The doctor said I must have snagged my shoulder on a nail in my sleep, but couldn't understand how I could get cut so long, deep, and with such a clean cut from a nail. 14 stitches in my shoulder, a tetanus shot, and we were sent home with a preventative antibiotic to keep my shoulder from getting infected. That was the last time I ever saw that thing. I know it exists. What it is, I don't know. What it wanted, though, seems clear. It wanted me. Occasionally, I'll still hear a tapping at my window, like fingernails on glass, despite it being over 20 years since the incident I just wrote about. My skin crawls, and my blood runs cold when I hear it. But I keep not only the window closed, but the blinds stay closed at night too, just to be sure that I'll never get caught by its hypnotic stare again, never hear that horrible voice playing around inside my brain again. It's out there, right now, looking for victims. This much I know for sure, because some nights, after I've fallen asleep, I'll dream of things. I'll be gliding over houses and land on the roof of one. I'll lean over the edge of the roof and tap on the window with claws that are clearly not mine. And then I'll hear, clear as day, my voice purring, "Come with me," before my eyes snap open and I wake up. My little sister is 13 now. Her name is Zoe. She has blonde hair, blue eyes, and she likes pop music, fashion, and other typical teenage girl stuff. I really do love her. I must have been 7 or 8 when she first came home. I was excited to finally see my little sister. At first, I had been annoyed that the baby was going to be a girl as I wanted a little brother, but I was happy when she eventually did come home. This kind of disappeared quickly though. It was about a week since Zoe first came home. My dog, Rusty, just would not calm down. Whenever he was in the same room as Zoe, he just barked like mad at her. Eventually, as my parents were scared that he would hurt her, they got rid of him. They didn't even talk to me. I just came home one day and he wasn't there. It was only when I asked about it that my mum just casually said, "Oh, we got rid of Rusty. We were worried about Zoe." Then she went back to feeding Zoe. I was confused. Both of my parents had just abandoned my dog, my best friend, in some pound somewhere, and didn't even bother talking to me. They weren't even sorry. This was when I first started to gain some disdain towards her. It wasn't her fault, of course. If we had kept the dog, she probably would have loved him too. I just blamed her at the time. When she was 1, I was kicked out of my room. We lived in a 3-bedroom apartment, just on the outskirts of some big city. There was my room, where I kept all of my stuff, my parents' room, which was where Zoe had slept in a cot in the corner, and the tiny guest room. My parents had decided that Zoe should have her own room, but instead of refurbishing the guest room for her, they kicked me out of my room and gave it to her. Any protest I had was quickly silenced, and I could only watch as my room, my one free area that I had any say in, was transformed. Sports posters were replaced with pictures of ducks and sheep. My bed was replaced with a pink wooden cot, and everything else that made my room mine was changed. They didn't even give me my bed or my TV or anything. All of the things like that were either thrown away or became Zoe's. They refused to refurbish the guest room for me, and I was instead forced to make do with boring beige walls, an old metal single bed, and a single wooden dresser for my clothes. I did decorate it slightly, of course, with posters and other decorations I had managed to scavenge, but it wasn't the same. My parents seemed more concerned with where any guests we had were going to sleep. This was the point where disdain turned to hatred. It seemed to me as if they had just completely forgotten about me in favour of her. Eventually, my parents decided that I was old enough to be responsible and look after Zoe while they were out. I think she was 3 years old, so she was old enough to speak. I really didn't want to do it, but my parents wouldn't take no for an answer. They simply left, saying that they had left some pre-made lunches for her in the fridge. There wasn't even one for me, so I had to make myself something. I couldn't be bothered with looking after her all day, as there was this TV show I wanted to watch, so I just laid a blanket in the corner, put a few of her favourite toys in there, and said this to her. "You need to stay on the blanket. Don't move off it, okay? If you do, Mum and Dad will be really mad, so you have to stay in here. Understand?" She simply nodded her head in agreement and started playing with the toys. I was on the couch, watching my show, my eyes flicking to her when there was a commercial break or some boring segment. At one point, I was watching two of the characters on my show beating the tar out of each other. I felt a tugging at my trouser leg. I turned to see it was Zoe. She looked up to me, then sighed. "I'm hungry." "I told you not to come off the blanket," I said, shooing her off. She just sat back down on the blanket. I looked back to my show. It was a boring bit again. The victorious character was monologuing over the unconscious body of the loser. I couldn't just not feed her, harsh feelings aside. I got up and walked to the kitchen. As I was opening the fridge to get her lunch, I heard her say from the other room, "Daddy won't come." I was confused, but not enough to stop me in my tracks. "What did you say?" I asked, carrying her lunch over to her. "He won't come." "Come where?" "Here, back." I was quite unnerved by this, but I didn't think anything of it. About half an hour later, the phone rang. I didn't check the number, assuming it was my mum, but instead a male voice that wasn't my dad's came through the receiver. "Hello, is this Daniel and Zoe?" The voice sounded serious and kind of upset and disturbed. Yeah, I'm Daniel. Who is this?" The voice then proceeded to explain to me, nice and clearly, that there had been a traffic accident. My mum was in critical yet stable condition, but my dad was not so lucky. He had survived the initial collision, but died on the way to the hospital. The next few hours were a blur. I just switched off the TV and stared at the blank screen as I waited for my Uncle Jared, who was married to my dad's older sister, my Aunt Louise, to pick me and Zoe up. We spent the next few days at his house. My aunt was unconsolable. I was just dull. I didn't speak. I barely left the room I was in. Zoe was too young to grasp the situation, but they said that she understood that Dad was gone. The only thing I was thinking of until my mum came out of hospital and we could go back home was what Zoe had said to me. It was as if she somehow knew what was going to happen. I didn't forget about it. It got to the point where it was unnerving to be in the same room as her. Another similar incident didn't come until much later, however, a year to be exact. It was a nice, sunny day. We all went for a walk in the park, me somewhat reluctantly, as by this point we had decorated my new room and I had a TV, which I had plugged a PS2 into. My mum held my sister's hand, and I walked slightly behind, hands buried in my pockets, and generally wishing to be home. It was all quiet, nobody really speaking, when Zoe pointed to an inconspicuous-looking guy in a hoodie. All she said was, "There's a bad man over there." My mum turned to look. A man in a grey sweatshirt stood by a fountain. He was staring at his feet, hands in his pockets. I looked too. Something about him did seem rather off. but I didn't think much of it. It was later on, when we had left the park and were in the car on the way home, that I remembered how she had predicted Dad's death. I leaned over to her. "Zoe, what did you say about the man in the park? The bad man?" She turned to me. Her face was covered in chocolate from the chocolate bars Mum had given us. "The man had a knife. He was sad about something. He wanted to change it." She then turned back to look out the window. I was just frozen. He was sad about something? He wanted to change it? I wanted to ask my mum to call the police, but I knew she'd find it ridiculous. I just stared out of my window too. The next morning, I was up before anyone else. I saw the local newspaper had arrived, so I picked it up to put it on the coffee table for Mum to read. As I did, I glanced at the front page headline, and I dropped the paper and almost jumped back in horror. "Family of 5 stabbed to death in home." Beneath it was a mugshot, a man in a grey sweatshirt. It was then that I realised Zoe had a talent. I stopped being distant and uncaring of her, and instead listened carefully to what she had to say about anything, asking her about random things that we saw. I would write down anything I found particularly interesting in a notebook and kept it in my room. There wasn't anything major. She worked out when the goldfish was going to die, but that was the biggest thing. I eventually worked out that she could only make predictions linked to death. When she was 6, something big happened. She was watching some little girl TV show, eating crisps, when the phone rang. She turned to face my mum's boyfriend, David, as he picked up the phone. "Oh no," she said. I was on the other side of the couch reading a comic book. I looked over to her, expecting that something had just happened on the show, but she was staring at David. "What is it?" I asked. "Grandpa," she said, still looking. I froze. I could feel in my gut that this was another prediction. We watched David talk on the phone. "Yes? Oh my God, really? Jesus, I'll tell Kathy. Okay, goodbye." Then he hung up. He noticed that both of us were looking at him, and a sunken look came over him. "Oh geez, kids, I have some bad news." I knew what he was going to tell us before he even said it. Grandpa had passed away in his sleep. Mum was sad. Zoe was sad. I tried to be sad about Grandpa, and I was. I was just more amazed and creeped out at Zoe. How did she do it? That was the last prediction for a long time. I eventually forgot about it, just chalking it up to coincidence. Last week, I got a phone call. Checking the caller ID, I saw that it was Zoe. I hadn't spoken to her in about a month, so I was pretty happy to see her name on my phone. I took the call. "Hi Zoe, how are you?" "Dan, are you there? I need to talk to you. Are you alone?" My girlfriend was sitting next to me, watching TV. "Hold on, I'll move," I said, standing up. My girlfriend looked to me. "Who is it?" "It's just my sister. I need to talk in the other room." She just shrugged and turned back to the TV. I closed the door to my bedroom behind me. "I need you to listen to me. I got a terrible feeling, as if I knew something was going to happen. You and Megan should get out of your house. Go to a hotel or something. Just get out of there." I couldn't speak. Not only did she predict something again, but she was aware of the seriousness of the situation. Meagerly, I managed to say, "Okay, thank you." I hung up. Then I rushed back into the room where my girlfriend was sitting, watching the TV. "Megan, we need to get out of here." "Why? What's wrong?" "My sister had another prediction. We could be in danger." I had told her about the predictions. She never believed any of it, or chalked it up to mere coincidence. "Are you kidding? I'm not going anywhere because your 13-year-old sister thinks we should." "I told you about her predictions. This is serious," I shouted. After an hour of bickering and arguing, she finally agreed to leave. We went to a nearby hotel, booked a room for one night, and went to sleep. The next morning, I got a call from the neighbor. He said our house had been broken into, but nothing was taken. I told my girlfriend, and she was utterly dumbfounded. "How in the hell did she know?" was all she said. We talked to the police, and I called my neighbor and told him to call the police if they returned. We stayed at the hotel again that night. When morning came around, I was woken by my phone ringing. It was the police. I went to the police station and apparently Megan's mentally unstable ex-boyfriend broke into our house with a knife. They had arrested him when the neighbor called the police. It was obvious to all of us what he was going to do. My girlfriend hadn't said a thing. She was just completely blown away by what my sister had done. Without her, I would probably be dead. I talked to my sister about it, and all she said was this one thing. "I could see your bodies lying on the bed. You were next to Dad, Grandpa, and 5 other people I didn't know." I never felt more haunted than I did after hearing her say that. Nobody else believes it. Even my girlfriend is still skeptical. But I know for sure that my sister has a gift.